Welcome to Insight and Today95.1fm. Port. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, we'll look at one local story and one foreign story. Emmanuel Ndukwe is joining us. Good morning, sir. You're welcome.
Good morning, Maxwell. Good morning, Nigeria.
All right. This is a story from Rumekbe. Although we've been talking about this issue over and over and over again, but there's a story from Rumekbe where the people are complaining that, of course, we're aware of the report that Shell wants to sell off their shares to Renaissance Consortium. But the people of Rumekbe are saying so they are complaining that their environment is already polluted and that there should be some form of cleanup before Shell sells off their. So I want us to link it up with what has been ongoing in all the oil-bearing communities. In fact, according to this report, this is Nigeria's second crude oil discovery site after Oloibiri. I was perturbed and shocked that apart from Shell, they have Ajip, they have Aradel, but this community remains underdeveloped. They lack basic things like electricity, healthcare, schools, and road. Now, according to their report, they said the only thing they have or they've been able to achieve includes 2 boreholes for the 3 villages. Of course, this community is made up of 3 villages. And they said the only reason they got this was when they did some form of protest. According to the report, Rumekwe community comprises Ekuche, Ovelem, Vakohia, and Imogu communities. But they don't have anything to write them about. Second place where oil was discovered. What they have there is borehole. In fact, there was a time I hosted their, their elders, some people from that end, and they shared with us here that their children sit on blocks to learn. It's Emmanuel Ndukwe. After how many years of oil exploration? Rumekbe here in Emoha.
Yeah, Maxwell is not something of a surprise at all. It's not. Because, there's an adage that as you make your bed, so you lie on it. If you check the government of this country, what Shell is doing exactly is what government is doing to oil-producing areas and all that. Take, for instance, the Niger Delta. Does it look at all, by any streak of imagination, that this is exactly where the money is coming when you go to Abuja and compare that? You can never think whichever part of, in fact, if you are maybe in America, you'll be thinking that, yes, the areas that are producing this oil, where all the exploration is done, of course, that with its attendant devastation that is known, you can't think that it will be in the form it is. Port Harcourt is the city of oil, I tell you. But if you check Port Harcourt also, it does not mirror the standard of being the headquarters of oil. Because the truth now is that we are not indeed following exactly what should happen. So Shell is taking a cue from federal authorities. Because if you check the way Abuja is developed, previously it was Lagos. Now, you check the oil-bearing areas. Go to, was it in 1956 or thereabout, Oloibri in Delta State, Bayelsa State, where oil was first developed or so, or discovered, whatever. And then you find out, to your greatest chagrin, that this particular area is just laying fallow, devastated and left. Now, what do you call them? Rumekbe. Good. So, it is just exactly a mirror image of what... Now, look at Shell. Shell is not from Nigeria. But we are talking about government of Nigeria. Now, if you check the Rumekbe people, it's quite unfortunate that they are suffering such. Maxwell, tell me, if you are living in a man's house and you want to leave that place, won't you put that house in the way it was when you entered? Because if it weren't well, you wouldn't have packed it.
Of course.
Now, as you are leaving that particular place, what you ought to do is to put it back the way it was. And that is why, if you are leaving, you did not tell the landlord, he comes back, maybe after you had left, and check that the whole place is a mess, you have devastated the house and all that. He will look for you. And you will come and you must do it. Even if you take him to court or whatever. That is exactly what Rumekbe people are asking. Is it too much? Sure, if you are no longer going to be there, after many years of oil exploration and, of course, exploitation, why not put back the ecology of that area the way it was? And it's doable. So what is Shell trying to run away from? The reality. The truth is that government, if you take, and a lot of Nigerians have taken Shell to court, even in Netherlands or all the rest, abroad, and won them. I don't know why they are full of ruse. Trying one way or the other to cheat people. The money, the profits they are making, they are sending them to their houses. But living here, fallow, devastated. The other day I heard about oil spill. Maxwell, if these spills are in the, I think it was in Andoni or so, if it's in the water, no fishing, no marine activity goes on. No. But all these people that their oil is polluting everywhere, you said you want to, you are now divesting or so. Please, there's nothing wrong. If you, nobody is called to come and eat, does not mean come and die. No. You are living now. Nobody will tie you to that particular place. Peacefully live, and that is when you have brought back the place the way it was when you took over. It might not be 100%, but at least let it be seen that something has done to mitigate the bad effect that your operation in that particular area has caused. Why is Shell disagreeing?
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, when you talk about what the oil IOCs should do, don't you also think that it behoves on government who have been collecting, I mean the state government now, 13% derivation on behalf of oil-bearing communities, including Rumekbe, to have also developed, because there are two major issues. One, they're asking Shell to clean up the environment. That's one. Then number two, they're also saying that for the years of oil exploration in Rumekbe, you haven't even done anything for us. So on the area of development, don't you think government should be held accountable, looking at the fact that 13% is being paid every month to the governors? Is it not the duty of the state government to have developed Rumekbe as an oil-bearing community? Then let's now talk about cleanup, which is Shell's responsibility.
Yes. Maxwell, you are right. Thinking very correctly, that government should do some activities to also have developed that Rumekwe. But this is a joint issue. Even at that, Maxwell, I tell you that 13% is meager in terms of the devastation of the area. Even though if government had been using, because remember this 13% is not only for Rumekwe, for instance, as it concerns River State. Now,
well, it comes in monthly.
I know.
And it's big.
I know.
Billions.
It's big. What I'm saying is that in the first place, government is guilty because they ought to have developed that area. Because at least it's bringing in something into their coffers every month. However, they are not doing so. You heard my introduction, the foundation I laid, that Shell is like taking a mirror image of government actions on his people. But Shell is a stranger or made up of strangers. They can afford to say, no, we are not doing this because it doesn't affect them much. The litigations and all that will go and Shell will go on. Sometimes they may win, sometimes those who take them from Nigeria may win. But the issue now is government itself is government of the people that are protesting, that are litigating and all that. But they've not done the development. That's part of the thing we are saying. You see, in the biggest book, the Bible, for me, this human government is called beast. And you know what beast means now? When anything is likened to animal, you know how it will be behaving. How will people, for instance, in River State, that happens to be privileged to have these minerals in its bowels, now, federal government have decided, okay, with all the devastation, let's be paying you this stipend. Because I call it stipend, Maxwell. Let's be doing that. And they pay you. I don't know how governors manage that. I cannot also wholly accuse them of not using it. Because
if they have been using it, we would have been seeing development in
no,
other
see,
communities.
let it not come from my mouth. Okay. You know, I always love use your tongue to count your teeth.
But if you look at the money monthly, it's quite huge. Okay, was it not Okowa that was being accused?
Yes.
The EFCC accused him.
Yes, but you know, I do not believe in that Okowa's accusation.
No, it's still an allegation.
Yes,
because they called 1.something trillion in 8 years.
Thank you very much.
Whether it's up to that or not, but money has been coming in.
Of course.
Now, there was a particular month I calculated how much River State received from 13%. It wasn't less than 10 billion for that month. Now, let us say averagely, 10 billion comes in to River State as 13%
every month
for 1 month.
Yes.
Mr. Emmanuel, 10 billion is a whole lot of money.
No, it's something.
Now,
no, it's something.
How many oil-bearing communities do we have? Even if you build one schools monthly, or one hospital monthly, and then give small scholarship. If you do that monthly, we would have been seeing something now.
You are right. I repeat emphatically that I don't want to accuse them of not doing anything. You know why? They will tell me that the oil-bearing communities have been receiving this kind of features of development or not. I have not walked those areas to see whether there are signs of development. Perhaps not as they should be, but at least a miniature sign to show that government has visited them with what they brought as favor to River State. Perhaps other states in the country that are oil-producing states. However, when you want checks, because you mentioned that Rumekwe said the development they have is 2 boreholes.
After protest.
You see, one can emphatically also say that government is completely neglecting its duties, as well as the social responsibility of the IOCs. I do not know why they are doing all those things, the way they are doing it, but it only shows me that they are being beastly in their behavior. Because when you see that it is this particular thing that they say the goose that lays the golden egg. And then you are treating that particular geese. This time, I think there are very many. Now, you are treating them in a way that will devastate them, kill them off. But you are collecting all those revenue that this particular animal or bird is generating. What kind of kindness is that? If government, like you said, have been making effort to at least give oil-bearing community each one standard school
monthly.
If they don't have any other thing to maybe fall back to, they say this school was because of our God-given wealth. They are not doing that. And that's why I hold them guilty, government and the IOCs. But I tell you, see, if the IOCs came in and found out that anything government is doing the needful to his people, they will not make any attempt. I say an attempt at marginalizing those people. Because they will be afraid. You see, again, as this thing is happening, what will be the position of federal government to say you are not doing this thing to these people who are indeed your landlords? They are supposed to champion that. Sometimes I hear people who reason that no, they will not be able to do that because they are collecting everything from these IOCs. Maxwell, I do not think that particular reasoning is correct because the IOCs have their pact with government. But that does not include social responsibility of the IOCs, which of course they owe to their community, to the communities hosting them. The host communities indeed must have dividends they derive from the people they are hosting, the IOCs. But totally, because nobody is disciplined, I always tell them, bad leadership is the bane of this country. Bad leadership will result in, for instance now, if I am very bad, I do not listen to the authorities, whatever law, irrespective of how fine that law may be, I don't obey it. They will look for me. They will look for me, rather make me rich. Because maybe I'm a class short. I can pick anything at all that is needed. I may be enlisted into the military. Come and do it because I can stay 50 miles. I pick maybe somebody they want. I would be treated well. But if you happen to obey all laws, you are a good citizen. Nobody recognizes you in this country. Take, for instance, those who were the militants. They were devastating everything, even though underneath their fight or their rebellion was the genuine position of saying, let us benefit from what belongs to us, what nature has endowed us with. But I tell you, when they started paying them, all that they are receiving is the entire region of oil-producing states receiving the benefit. Is it not those individuals that showed rebellion, buttressing what I'm saying? So for me, I think Rumekbe, like I said, is quite unfortunate that they fall into this. And that's why, in one program I anchored, that of hardball, one particular people, I can't remember exactly, they said that oil is supposed to be a blessing to Nigeria, but it's now a curse. Because once you detect any oil, just check the states that don't have oil. They will be in peace. Once oil is detected there, and then they start paying these stipends and all that from federal authorities and even social responsibilities from the IOCs, you see problem. Division. The IOCs indeed will engineer division in that particular area just to make sure that they are running that place marginalizing them, and then taking profits abroad to their home states. Quite unfortunate, Maxwell.
Now we have another story here. You are aware that there was a court order setting aside the critical committee led by Tony Okocha. There was a court order.
Yeah.
The court order, judgment rather, said we don't even know if Tony Okocha and his group exist. It's just like when the Supreme Court said we don't even know if Omeya has been governor.
Yeah.
So in other words, Omeya has not been governor before in the eyes of the law.
Of course. That's what they said then.
That is the same court judgment from the River State High Court saying that Tony Okocha's CTC has not been in existence. So whatever those guys did, they were in error. Henceforth, Emeka Beke is the man who is the chairman of the APC in River State. The next thing we saw was that the National Working Committee led by Ganduje and Co. said, Oga, that your judgment, you know what? We recognize the Tony Okocha CTC. I mean people who in quotes say they are Democrats. I'm talking about the Ganduje, that is the APC chairman, that is answerable to the president, Mr. President, that Mr. President has also said severally that he will obey the rule of law. That's the same people, though.
Yes.
In the same APC, the people who say they are ruling Nigeria and they are taking Nigeria to the promised land, haven't said that. We're also aware when the APC in River State, led by Emeka Beke, I think I interviewed Darlington Moju here when he talked about the fact that they had statements that a Congress was going to hold, led by Tony Okocha, and the Congress held. Amid a court order that said, don't also hold this your Congress. They flouted it, went ahead, Congresses were held, and then you know what happened? December 14, Abdullahi Ganduje, chairman of the APC at the federal level, inaugurated this Congress in the midst of the court order that said, don't hold this Congress. I knew why I took the story from that judgment.
Yeah.
Now, you know the latest?
No.
The River State High Court, sitting in Port Harcourt, has invalidated that local government and state congresses that were conducted by the Tony Okocha-led APC.
Mm-hmm.
The same Tony Okocha that there was a court judgment that we don't even know you. Whatever you people did, and they now said you are now CTC chairman and co and all that. In the eyes of the law, we don't know you. Mr. Emmanuel.
Yeah.
I knew why I had to call Abdullahi Ganduje with prestige pause. Is because if the people who are supposed to uphold the tenets of democracy, which is the judiciary, are now the ones flouting court orders, and these are members of the political party that is holding sway at the center, do you think we are going anywhere in this country if, in quote, we say we are operating in a democratic system? Mr. Emmanuel.
Well, Maxwell, once again, this is not a surprise to me. First, there's no democracy in Nigeria. None. The problem is that we have apparatuses and activities that seem to follow democratic procedure. But in the end, they fall by the wayside. Take, for instance, you see, when we are talking about this thing, all political parties in Nigeria are the same. What is happening to APC is truly under the radar. You know, I'm not a politician. I have nobody I'm supporting. But I will always stand for the truth. Now, if you remember, there was a time Chief Okocha came here. He said the way we non-politicians look at issues are different from the way they look at it. Yes. So that, of course, means that the way I will see this particular issue under discussion might vary from somebody that is a core politician. I'm not condemning their way, but at least that one has basic practical wisdom of what one should say should make one be bold at saying that. If it still stands, and I've not seen that it's changed, the way we have in law that whatever court decision or pronouncement has to be obeyed until if it's a judgment vacated before you bring in a fresh one or before you change course in giving obedience to it. Take, for instance, the first one, as you said, that we do not know you, we do not recognize you. That is a judgment. And so Emeka Beke is the one to be the chairman of APC in Rivers State. That's the stipulation of that particular judgment. Once you follow it, it has to be obeyed. The way I think. However, you also remember that there was another problem, I think it's in court still, that made them bring this particular Chief Okocha and all that. In other words, where you have Emeka Beke and the case went to court, I think they brought, now, it was as if there was no chairman here and his supporters, those that work with him. And then the National brought in a Chief Okocha. And I have said, the way I look at issues, where the authorities choose you, I don't know who can be against you. I don't understand. Perhaps I need to be educated on that. Now that the APC National has chosen Chief Okocha, and remember, national is national. You know, when President Tinubu was president-elect, when he was president-elect, people were talking that is he going to be the president and all that. I led the court cases. I said, which court cases? Which court cases? The man is seated there, wherever he is seated, but superintending over all activities in the country. And you are looking, maybe even myopically, at court cases. Tell me, ever since Nigeria started or gained independence, anytime there had been election and a president-elect was actually ousted by the decisions of the court, I have not seen anybody that said he has seen should also call in and tell us. So for me, the national remains the national. APC is the leading party in the country. Whatever decision the court may bring up, whether at the state or at the center, APC may go against it. And if it goes against it, I don't know, like I said, who the authorities are with, who will be against that individual. Now, if the court gives its order, perhaps at the state, and then the APC at the center said, Chief Okocha and his group are our caretaker chairman. And then they went for that Congress and all that. And before they did, I think there was another court order
that they shouldn't,
barring them from conducting that. They also did the way politicians will do. Ignore that. You see, Maxwell, I can't remember, was it in is it Oshun that Adeleke is the governor? Good. I think that's where they say the man stole a chicken or so, fowl.
Yes, and was
sentenced to death. Have you heard that kind of anathema? Because for me, that is not a judgment.
But they gave Yaya Bello 500 million.
I don't understand this kind of country.
Billion naira.
Maxwell, there are two types of persons in this country: the poor, the helpless, and of course, those who are above the law. Tell me, politicians have been, pronounced to have stolen this, and it will go through the ringers of EFCC prosecution and all that. What will they do to them? Some, they will throw it away, lack of diligent prosecution. But somebody stole a fowl. I didn't hear it's true. And what you now think is his life should be weighted for that particular stealing. In other words, it's just like using...
And stealing of fowl is not even a capital offense.
It's not a capital offense now.
Because you didn't kill a human being.
Maxwell. This country, that's why...
don't we also know small law?
You see, it's just like the question I was asking. The man that said that he's a judge or she's a judge, looked at the whole thing and said, no, River State, you will receive your allocation again. Did he or she not know that he lacked jurisdiction? How can he tell me that, or how can she tell me that? So the way we do things here, that is it. So political parties, nobody antagonizes them. They cherry pick the laws to obey, the pronouncement of court to obey, and all that. And what happens? Nothing. Now, if another one has come out and said, that Congress you were allotted not to conduct, that we've nullified it. Let us wait and see.
The next line of action.
That is it. Because remember, Ganduje represents APC National. And I said it. Well, Emeka Beke, you have the reins of power within Rivers State to operate. However, authority supervises authority. And the authority that supervises the other one is the center supervises the state. And that Ganduje will, and all his men at the center will be using Chief Okocha. While perhaps APC, some section of it, will be using Chief Emeka Beke. Not that each of them, the two chairmen, that one is bigger than the other. But it happens to be, are you in the good books of the national APC? Once you are that. You remember when Oshomole said, just join APC, your sins are forgiven. That is it. And APC, like other political parties, have been Fuji House of Commotion. If you have watched, there was one
Fuji House of Commotion.
Simple. I tell you. Because when, since they started, they've been leaving this River State in commotion. They won't come and settle everything. Nothing is moving. You remember there was a time that APC was even removed from ballot.
Yes, 2019.
That's not to say that even the ballot itself does anything good. Because when election is happening, it is only those. That's the way I read it. I might be wrong. I'm a human. And if I'm wrong, I'm not sure they are going to carry a huge club like they did in Oshun and say, that man that stole that fowl, in fact, kill him. They won't carry it and kill me because what I'm saying is the truth. What I see is that if you stand for the truth, nobody listens to you. How many times politicians will tell us that this thing will happen, it won't happen, and who brings them to a book? Nobody. So the issue of APC, Chief Okocha, Emeka Beke, and all the rest of them that are in APC, they will keep on. Let's wait and see the effect this particular maybe judgment,
Court order.
Court order will have in the end.
During the conversation, we've looked at two major issues. One, the people of Umekpe asking the federal government to stop the sale, Shell stopping the sale of their divestment to consortium, Renaissance Consortium. We don't even know who those people are. Umekpe people say they have just 2 boreholes. Second place that oil was produced. 13% derivation, nowhere to be found. Shell Kwanu, development, nowhere to be found. They also have Ajib, Aradel. It is like working in the midst of a big kitchen where they cook all manner of food, but you are hungry. They have 20 caterers. You walk in the midst of that kitchen. You cut those things, you fry, but to see food chop, no problem. That's the case of Rumekpe people and other oil-bearing communities. Then we also looked at a court order invalidating the APC Congress that was held by the Tony Okocha Group. The same Tony Okocha Group that there was a court judgment pushing them aside, and then reinstating Emeka Buke as the real chairman of APC in River State. But there was a court order that they shouldn't hold that Congress. They went ahead, the Congress was held. Ganduje and Co. also recognized Tony Okocha after a court judgment. So there have been court judgment, another court order, don't hold Congress, they held. Now, another court order invalidating the Congress. What next for the APC? Both at the national and in River State. Join the conversation. Good morning.
Yeah, Zion from Port Harcourt. Good morning to you.
Go ahead, sir.
It's not only the Rumekwe community that is being affected by this criminal agreement and arrangement. You were here that they gave birth to what they call the PIA. We thought the PIA would be a document that will resolve most of these issues affecting the oil-bearing communities. But up till date, nothing has been done. They now went ahead and projected another criminal agreement that says that all the communities that have oil facilities or whatever form a close union so that we can be giving you 300 million every month. There's a name that was called, is it upstream, downstream, whatever? I can't remember because I don't have been associated with such thing. I have no time to even study it. Up till date, I want to ask, is it working? Now it now narrows down to the leadership of the Niger Delta or the South-South region. There are people who have been fronting themselves, so we are the leaders of the South-South, we are the voice of the Niger Delta region. Where are they? And my concern is this. Whenever you want to project a movement like this to secure and save the people from this region, you see from nowhere, people want to go into the negotiation table. And the table will be characterized by people who are not educated enough. I was in the forum and we had this discourse. The offices that we should assess that my community is oil bearing, and you want to cluster us for a development, mention one office here in River State and in the Niger Delta region. They say their office is in Abuja. They don't wait until later. They say there is one in Port Harcourt, it's in a whatever. They gave a number. Sir, I have called that number to meet the Director General. Up to today, over 21 days, Director General have not picked this call. Until we from this part understand that when it comes to the oil, our brothers and our sisters are the ones shortchanging us. What is the essence of selling assets? Consenting it on what ground without consulting the people, and you expect fire to stop. The truth is, it will never stop. But my fears is this: we should not wait for that confrontation. Now, this issue of the APC, the truth we don't want to tell ourselves is that the APC is a lawless organization. That is the truth. A court have given an order, and you don't want to listen to obey to that court order. Who are you? Are you not a lawless man? and the president is there? Or are they hiding under the cover of the president to be committing this atrocity, violating the laws of the land? It's a serious matter, and it's a call for concern. If this is not stopped, we will be surprised that even when the president tenure is over, he will tell you that I'm not leaving the office, and nothing he will do. Mr. Zion.
I pray that doesn't happen now. When your tenure ends, you say you don't want to leave office. Now, I like the final. No, I beg you. I beg you. Me, I'm just coming up. Now that God wants to bless us, you now want to throw the country into this thing. We don't have anywhere to run to. Please, that one should not happen, eh? That's war. You are calling for war. All right, feel free to join the conversation. The two issues we've looked at, call in and join in, talk about any of them, all right, on the show. The Rumepe people, is this also within your own community? Is that what you people are suffering? You have oil, but man, nothing to show. Is oil, do you think it is a curse? Even though God gave natural resources to people for them to benefit. But do you think oil is a curse or a blessing to the Niger Delta? All right, keep the calls coming in. 0810 9510 951 0817 00 951. Barry, I've gotten your message. All right, I've sent it to the appropriate authority. And then the other person who also sent in a message, I've gotten your message. And I've also sent it to the appropriate authorities. All right, something is being done as we speak. But keep the messages, keep the calls coming in on these two issues we've looked at.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.
All right, 0810-9510-951, 0817-0000-951. These are the numbers you can call to be a part of the conversation. We looked at two major issues. We talked about Rumekbe community complaining that since oil exploration started in that community, all they can boast of is 2 boreholes. That's after they did protest. Now they're also asking the federal government to stop the divestment of Shell to Renaissance Consortium. What's your take on that? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Pastor Praise.
Go ahead, sir.
The oil God has blessed Niger Delta, is it a blessing or a curse? Indeed, it's a blessing from God, but wicked and heartless politicians and individuals, godless men that are representing us, has made it a curse upon themselves, not to us. And they will have their own reward in full, sooner or later. Because the law of karma remains as it is. Whatsoever a man soweth, that he shall reap. And when it comes to the issue of Niger Delta, we have so many leaders that are representing. They are not representing us. They are representing themselves and their families. So it's quite unfortunate the situation we find ourselves as Niger Deltas. And I'm talking to the youth precisely. It's high time we wake up and stop this menace that is meted upon us. The youth precisely. If we don't take the bull by the horn and we continue to allow these people to perpetrate their wickedness upon the Niger Delta, we don't have future. Imagine how much has been pumped into the Niger Delta ministries and the development boards, the CDBs and what have you. What has those money impacted in the life of the average Niger Delta? So it's a mirage. But God will soon take his own place in the life of these wicked leaders we are having that are parading themselves here and there. Secondly, to the court cases that we are having here and here in Rivers State and beyond. You see, Mr. Kelly, there is an adage that says, when a finger is pointing someone, the rest fingers are pointing towards that particular person that is pointing at others. The high level of lawlessness we are having in this country is alarming. Imagine Chief Tony Okocha will be coming up on air to insult our governor on a daily basis because of people that have defected publicly and lost their seat according to the constitutional demand. Such a man will be coming out publicly to insult our governor, forgetting that the insult is raining on a delegated authority will never squat free. Now he is at the top of affairs, illegally parading himself as the chairman of APC, while we are having the incumbent authorities delegated and their tenure has not been expired, and he's coming up to parade himself as the chairman. Now, court has ruled severally, setting aside his own illegal chairman. He refuses to accept those court validations, and this is the same man coming out to speak that the governor has disobeyed court order and this. And what is he doing right now? So you see, these things are being powered from the federal government. It is the federal government that is empowering them to be lawless. And the federal government will be going against people that are lawless, that are the oppositions. So what are we doing? But whatever thing we're doing, let us remember, from the federal to the state level, especially those in authorities, that whatever thing a man is doing here on earth, there is a reward. He will receive the reward here on earth before he will die and go to face the eternal reward before the God that created each and every one of us. So let us be careful, especially our leaders, the way we are ruling this country. Let them be very, very careful, because a day will come, we the youth, we will no longer take this nonsense from them, and we will resist them by all means. And that time, they will know that the power does not belong to them. It belongs to us that gave it to them. So that's my take. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much for your time. All right, keep the calls coming in. We have a few minutes. Apologies if you're experiencing any difficulty. For those who are experiencing any difficulty, please, I want to apologize. All right? So let me just rephrase. We looked at two major issues. The oil-bearing communities complaining, particularly Rumekbe, is in sight, that before Shell will leave, they have to clean up the environment and then also do some certain things before they leave. And then we looked at a court order in validating the Congress that was done by under the leadership of Okocha, which, of course, there was a court judgment setting aside their CTC, which the National Working Committee said, oh, they recognize Tony Okocha as their own chairman. And that means going against the court judgment that actually set aside their CTC. So, the question is, are we living in a lawless society? If the party at the center, who is supposed to be the father when it comes to upholding the Constitution, and which is, of course, when you look at the judiciary, is the fulcrum of every democratic society, is now the one going against court orders, where do we go from here as a country? And this is under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, of course, which is also, he is supposed to instruct his party members or party men to obey court order if he truly wants to lead this country to the promised land, as they, claim. 0810 9510 951 and 0817 000951. These are the numbers you can call to be a part of the conversation. You can also send in messages. Send them to 0701 9339 962. Mr. Emmanuel?
Well, the truth is that until we see those who indeed are leaders of this country treating those who are the oil-bearing communities with respect, knowing that, of course, they deserve funds to put back the ecology in the right way. The IOCs may not have a change of attitude, because they are looking, when your government is maltreating you, what have you done? What of ourselves? They are capitalists. They came for their interests, and they will do so. Send their profits abroad. That's the way it is. But let government try and have a change of attitude.
For the party, the APC?
For the party, Maxwell, that one is a very difficult thing. I think the political parties have decided. If you check, no political party has internal democracy. That's when I said there is no democracy in Nigeria. People keep on painting it this way or that way. I have not come in any way to see somebody that is said there's democracy. What is the insignia of it? We have National Assembly chambers in Abuja and in the states. That's as far as it goes. Elections itself are not conducted.
But those are symbols of democracy.
That is it. That's what I said. We have the symbols, but the procedures are not followed. There's no rule of law. The electoral processes are flawed completely. That when you finish election, you see observers that have no interest will come out and tell you that No, it was a sham. Maxwell, let us keep on watching whether things will change.
Let's keep on watching if things will change. Thank you, Emmanuel Ndukwe, for coming. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. Thank you, Nigerians.
Stay with us for the next conversation. We will look at, we'll take the conversation further. What are the IOCs supposed to do for those who still have these oil companies within their area? How can they collect something from the oil companies? We'll look at that. The avenues they can use to collect something from the IOCs. Of course, someone who is in the oil industry will be talking as a guest on the program. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Turn the down and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
We talk, you listen.
Now here come a brand new tune from the wild like MC. Sit up on the rhythm like a king from a throne. Risk the skate. Let it go. Let it go.
Them a come here MC. You are the air that I breathe. You are the song that I sing. You are the light in my life. You stay the shine in my life. What can I do for
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Reconnect Party PH. Reconnect Party PH. Reconnect Party PH. Tiperej Global Entertainment. They present Reconnect Party Port Harcourt. And them there in collaboration with Club Euphoria. The venue na number 33 Rumola Link Road. Where they for inside Port Harcourt. This event, the future music, the one and only Toby Peter. All the way from Lagos. Award-winning DJ 2024. The date na 22nd December 2024. And the time na 9 p.m. till dawn. You fit get your ticket online from Wednesday 18th. Just log into www.announce.africa. The ticket na only 8K. And for the venue, it go be 10K. For reservation, make you call us on 0812-501-1478 or make you call 0816-502-1337. Abeg come, make we celebrate and have fun.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
All right, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Welcome on board once again. So we're still on the IOC issues. Yes, it's not enough to complain that your IOC has not done anything. Let us look at the dynamics. Let us look at the foundation. Before an IOC comes to your place, what agreement did you have? What are the things you were able to pen down? What are the things he promised he was supposed to do for you? How did you also respond? Well, we have someone who is vast in the oil and gas industry, the chairman of Flamingos Energy Nigeria Limited. Thank you for joining us. Atago Maxwell, good to have you, sir. Welcome. We just finished talking about Rumekwe. Yeah. They said they can only boast of 2 boreholes. Second place where oil was even discovered. Yeah. Several others. They have Aradel, they have Ajib. If you go to Ahoda, Ogba Egbema, you see the blaring flame. Yeah. But I've been to Ahoda, I've been to Ogba Egbema. Yeah. Nothing they do. It would have even been better for them not to have oil. Never. So that they know that we'll do farming and eat our food. Yes. So how can the communities, host communities, benefit from the oil bearing from the IOCs?
Well, just you have said from the beginning that when they came in newly, what were the foundation? What was the MOU? What was the preparation? You know, when they came in, there was never anything like should I say, MOU. What they have majorly was all this land agreement, lease agreement, and the rest of them. And the foundation was wrong. It was wrong in the sense that our people never knew the potential that oil had as at then. They were all believing in civil service job and farm. Even some that were offered employment by this IOC, they rejected it because they never thought to care about the potential of those, what they were coming to do. And then to worsen the matter, the state, being Nigeria as a government, is running a federal system. And then the center has so much power. And then virtually all the regulating bodies, you understand, are being controlled by the center. Now, the host communities have nothing to say or to offer, if I may say. They are not the owners of DPR that regulate these things. They are not the owner of NIPEX. They don't have any say as long as these federal agencies are concerned. And then, it is he who partner, who works with you, who coordinates you, that you pay allegiance. Just like maybe you're a commissioner, you're expected to be loyal to the governor and not to your Igwe or to your traditional ruler. In fact, the rule of traditional ruler is limited as long as you're concerned. He's only a father, right? So whatever you do, it is only the governor that has the right to punish you constitutionally. Now, so that is how it works between the multinationals and then the government of Nigeria. Now, unfortunately, the host communities are people are not found in all these regulating bodies. Nobody is there. So their loyalty is completely to those ones. And then to worsen the matter, the oil sector happens to become the golden hen that lays the golden egg. It becomes like the only live wire for the country, and they are not ready for any interruption or interference, because that's where the president makes his money. That's where the generals makes their money. Everybody makes his money there, and you dare don't talk because they have all the instrumentalities of power. So that's how it continues until Kensarowa started his issue. Even at that, a lot of Ogonis lost their life. We all were here, we heard what happened. He was assassinated or executed, and just because he said what Shell was doing to them was not right. And then all over the world, the practice is not what we are seeing here. The practice is that the community takes the fund and pay tax to government, and then it becomes a threat to the powers that be, to the country and all that. So it continues like that. So most times, the moment the community raises a little issue or concern, they flood the entire community with soldier. Shell will just put call to those they pay allegiance to and say, yeah, this business we are doing, there are some interferences, and the interference is coming from this community. So you have soldiers all over the place that will flood the place, and then the communities will become helpless. And then they continue to do what they were doing. Now, on the side of the community, they have never developed any model for partnership. They understand. Now, if somebody is coming to your house and said, okay, I want to do this, first and foremost, you need to ask questions. You need to know the level of hazard. You need to know the level of risk that thing is expected, in your life. You need to know the economic value, very important, of what they are coming to do. And then you need to know how you can partake or participate. Because definitely you must participate. Now, if you are in my house and then you want to do child education, do you understand? Or you are in my house and you are my tenant and I want to have a burial, you will be part of it. Because when they are playing the drum, you will not sleep. Everybody will be active. You understand? So that's it. So if they are coming to your place, definitely you must participate. So it is lack of their participation that gave birth to where we are today. Because if they had participated, it couldn't have gotten to the level where the IOC invite the federal agencies, the army and all that to bully them. It wouldn't have gotten to that level. What I mean is that if you have your son probably as a human resources manager at the management cadre of that company, and the matter is coming from his community, he won't allow it to escalate. The company will completely depend on him to resolve the issue. You understand? At that point, he's from the community. You understand the needs of the community. At the same time, he's working with the company. You understand the desire and the aspirations of the company. So it will be balanced. You understand? Then people still had moral. The level of corruption now wasn't as it is then when these IOCs came on board, to harvest this oil in our communities. So but the communities weren't ready. They weren't prepared. So they were. In fact, at that time, nobody was even talking about community. So nobody talks about community. You understand? Every attention was in Abuja. So over time, it has become a standard. It has become a model. So at that time, people like talking about it, people like other activists, to them it is strange because they've operated in a particular standard. You understand? So as at that point, population has increased, economic challenges has emerged. Unlike when we had our fathers, there is pond, there is fish, there is food everywhere. So what if you go and work in an oil company, they were carrying timber to lay pipe. They look at you as sufferhead. You understand? So time came when the population has expanded, the impact of pollution has affected the land. It was no longer fertile as it used to be. You know, so their eyes got open. You know, so rather than the IOC to come and look at how these issues can be addressed, they called the federal agency where we do not have any representative. And then they descended in bullying over time. When actually them came on their own, they not came with arms, because what the instrument that the government used to oppress them, to overpower them, was arms. The people now learn to see. So now this gun they carry oppressors, we too go carry gun. That's when the conflict started, and that is where we are. That is why we have found ourselves where we have found ourselves today. You understand? Because when they started confronting government that was need to sustain, they went into bunker. You understand? When they got into bunker, they realized that you can make cool money from the bunker. What was denied to you can be gotten through bunker. You understand? Though Yar'Adua tried to see how it can, but today it has become a menace. It has become a major issue because of the fact that foundations were not properly laid when they started, and the government on their own part, you understand, we are not fair to the people. Then the multinationals themselves, they want to maximize profit, because when they oppress the community, you know, without giving them anything, they will make more money, because you must make a budget now for community. So those things were no more there. They just find one big man, maybe Minister of Petroleum, give him small cover, give the president small cover to attend to his rest. So they keep on making money. You understand? So anything that will increase their bills, their expenses, that will enlarge their budget, they weren't interested. So they needed to see how they can partner with those who can oppress those who have the potential to interrupt them. And then over time, this is where we have found ourselves. Right now, because of the level of noise and activism, you know, they now came into this GMOU issue where some certain percent the company donate for the community. That one right now is facing a challenge. Do you know why? Because the community does not have a model. Now, what I mean a model, if you're members of the BOT, you're 5, how much accrue to your community in a year? Let's say 500 million. You must define and develop things that will impact the economic life of your community. Do you understand? For instance, you know, health is one of our challenges. If you go to OBU, there is one in Romebakani. There is a health center that is run in partnership with Shell.
It's Cottage Hospital.
It's functioning very well.
Very
if
well.
You pass there, you see crowd.
Yes.
That's a joint venture. Do you understand? Between Shell and the community is benefiting, and those who live around that area are benefiting. They even have a scheme that if you register pregnancy in 3 months, even if it's CS, it will be done free.
Yes.
Is it not fantastic? So the communities need to come up with a model. You look at the issue of health, you look at the issue of agriculture. Now that the soil has been polluted, what do we do to alleviate the extent of damage? You talk about fertilizer. So the BOT can come up with a model of providing fertilizer. There's nothing wrong in the BOT acquiring a tractor that will excavate land for the local women, because most of our youth now are Yahoo, so clearing bush now has become so expensive in our community. So these are the challenges you have in the community. You don't every day renovate primary school, renovate this. Now, do you know the worst part of it? It has grown to the point where the communities don't even have a say over the money. That's where it has gotten to right now. The communities, those boys who work in community affairs department, they award any kind of job they want. In fact, they just call members of the BODs and find them something, and they have grown thick skin, you know, because of most years of oppression and the community, whatever they see, that's the extent it has gone, and it is because of they don't have a model. Because you need to have your yearly budget. You submit to them. This year, this community, we want to do this on this, we want to do this on that, we want to do this on this. You can have an MOU with the company. You can even have what's it called? You can even have this health scheme, this health insurance scheme for your community people. Maybe between 60, age above 60 or above 50. The reason is because the pollution has affected the health of the people, and the consequences must be cancer. It could be incident malaria, resistant malaria. It could be because some of the things
fertility issues.
Even fertility issues. You understand? So you partner with a health organization, CPT, every year 50 million or 20 million. You understand? Because I have health insurance, me and my children. You understand? Anytime we seek HMOs, you go to any of the clinic that is approved by them. You can do this for your community people. A lot of people who died in the community have sickness that even 10,000 can take care of. You can go into HMOs, and then the community people above 60 and then between let's say 1 year to 15 years or 1 year to 10 years, then they are insured. So these are programs you can develop. That is the standard we are right now globally. All these one people gather and say, okay, we'll renovate a primary school. Those things are they make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. You understand? If I thought they see, it is so the community should be able to develop a model and said, okay, for this aspect of our life this year, this is what we are going to. Until the community develop model, they won't even benefit. Some community here, they have 500 million. Before you know, they will put light, put pole, and the money is gone. In connivance with those young men who work department. And they don't even allow the community to nominate them anymore. They bring in their own company, their sisters, and then something of 5 million, they make it 45 million. And then they filter away the money. And then we're in a society where nobody asks questions. If you ask questions, those who are in charge, who they give peanut, will think they're doing them favor. They will descend on you. So a lot of communities are in crisis, as I speak to you right now. You understand? You see, so on the angle, the office, they give you one coffee. You think you're a big man. When they bring out their drawer and that's you 100,000 and your head is big that you went to Shell today, you went to Total, you went to Ajib, you are recognized. Everybody in the community should not talk because you don't want anybody to. You are just fooling yourself. You understand? They are just making mockery of you. When you go, they laugh. I give them, you know, and then they are so active and involved in the activities of the community. The moment you are enlightened and you raise a voice, they go and collect the dummy and they support the dummy and give him power. And then the dummy, they can't keep using the dummy, which is not right. You understand? So we advocate, like in my organization, when we engage them, we tell them, see, look, identify the skills that it is used to operate these facilities. What and what do they need in this sector? Invest in that. When you're done with the investment, tell them we have a son who is a process engineer. We can't be here and then our son is jobless. We are partners in this. We face the hazard, so we must benefit from the hazard we face. Make it a case.
Don't you think the reason why the communities haven't probably developed a model is probably because of the low level of education? You know, why I'm asking this question is
you're right.
I handle a community program here, and most times you see high level of illiteracy
and misinformation.
People don't know that their senators can do some things in
for
their
them.
community.
Yes.
People don't know that their rep members can do some certain things in their community. People don't even know the power of the local government chairman, what he can do.
Yeah.
People
and his programs.
don't know that NDDC also is supposed to do things in their community.
Yes.
So don't you think the level of education is so low? Probably that's the reason why they just feel, they don't give us sewing machine. They don't give us a hair dryer. What are we going to do again? Not knowing that the amount of wealth they are sitting on is
something that can better their lives.
Something else.
Well, you see, that's one of the things. Lack of one, education, two, information. You know, when if you're not informed, then you are deformed. That's the greatest challenge that we have. And then that is to then are they willing to be informed? Are they willing to learn? Because sometimes even the educated people are the people that they invite and turn to nonsense. You understand? See, one, education is good, but information is equally needed. Then passion for your community and move on. You must have that passion to see that your community's life is alleviated. You understand? So this.
Or do you think those who are even educated should I say ignorant or are foolish?
They're ignorant.
You know, someone can still go to school, be a professor or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
But foolish.
But of course now. Some of them are ignorant, some of them are foolish. You understand? Because what you don't, for instance, now if you say something I don't understand, the next thing I visit Google. Do you understand? I ransack it and have knowledge even more than you do explain to me. That's what I do. Another thing is I have friends in all the sectors, lawyers, so I ask questions, you know, because I want to learn. If I ask you, you explain. I ask this person, you explain. But in all the explanations, I should have been equipped and properly informed. You know, so you must push for proper information to be guided, right? You know, see, so and majority of the community, just like as I said, they need to participate. You know, these guys they are very crafty. These company guys, because a lot of them, the employments are done via recommendation from top, from Lagos and all that. They know that they are not being fair to you. It's not as if they are not aware. They know that they are not being fair to you. So in that scenario, they must read every of your action. They are so sensitive to what you say, the way you look, and your body language, and they react promptly to it. They don't waste time. You know, and they know that you are being oppressed. So because their actions and their attitude shows that. You understand? You see, so now what they do is that they don't want you to come close, because if you come close, you will know that they made profit of 200 billion. You will shout, "Oh boy, these guys made 200 billion. Will they suffer like this?" So you don't need to come close. Now, but the community has to go close, because if they don't go close, they will have nothing. They will know nothing. They have no information. Now, the companies equally forget that if the communities benefit, they have their children working with them. Nobody will beg them to protect the assets. Nobody will beg them to protect. You cannot now. My son is working there. His end is living there. You understand? You know, the community is benefiting, like Romo Biakane. There's a health facility where they give them free medical. You understand? All the community is benefiting via HMO, where when they are sick, they will just go to hospital and then present their HMO number, and then they are treated for free. If you are benefiting, will you allow anybody to get close to that? You cannot. You will fight. You will defend and protect it with your life. You don't need to be bringing Tantita and the rest of them and all that and all that. All these things are happening because the people have lost faith, they've lost confidence, they feel betrayed. You know, you came to us because we're ignorant. You played on our intelligence, you were drilling this. Meanwhile, some people are buying private jets in Abuja, and we were suffering here. We will destroy them all. That is just exactly what is taking place. You understand? It goes beyond the... If they were benefiting, you can't get close to that place. They will invoke forces of darkness to fight. You understand this? So that is what the companies do not know. Now look at the implication. Shell is struggling to leave. Exxon have left. Ajib, because they can no longer cope. Do you understand? They can no longer cope with the system. That's the problem. So they refuse to sensitize and educate and partner with the community to see how their lives can be better. Now, they infiltrated the leadership of most of the communities. You understand? Infiltrate their leadership, cause crisis among them. They go and recognize one strong man, and the strong man does not allow anybody to talk. And because the strong man is the only one benefiting, when the elders see their children are going to destroy the facility, they won't say. They won't say anything. So this is a whole lot of issues that needed to be addressed and properly addressed. That is why on our own as an organization, by February we'll be having a stakeholders engagement from all the host communities to see how most of these issues can be addressed. Because at this point where the country is heading to, the government is not responsible. The little things we have in the community, we need to organize ourselves and then see how we can survive. Because if we continue this way, my brother, it is going to be disastrous one day. It is only time that counts, and that time will come, and nobody knows when that time will come, and nobody knows who's going to be the victim of that time. So you can eliminate it right from now. You can put up things together from now that at least it won't be too bad. Because the problem that makes Shell and others to leave might make these ones to completely collapse, and then nobody will be interested in getting the oil from the place. Meanwhile, the environment has already been devastated. You know, your economic life has been battered. Even the revenue that is coming to the state probably will be stopped. So how do you survive? It's going to be a disaster. As it stands now, the quality of our soil is gone that bad. You cannot say I'll go back to agriculture with the level of populations we have. You understand, agriculture is good, but there is need for complement, either by industrialization or by natural resources.
I'm going to ask you, let me take some calls. I'm going to ask you, with this issue, you talked about even allocation.
Yeah.
When some people went to court and said, they were going to stop allocation, we saw...
Of course, yes,
this
yes,
thing.
issues, yes.
The governors, the traditional rulers, all these things you are saying, are they thinking in line with what you're saying that if they just sit aloof now and be constructing road and commissioning road, and the communities are getting angry by the day,
yes,
and like you said, time is just what is the difference here.
Yes.
Something is going to happen someday, and looking at the fact that even Shell, they want to leave, Ajib, they've gone, Exxon, they've gone, and the black men who have taken over whatever name, Health, Holdings, and
the rest
Co.
of them,
those people are Cocorico.
of course, now
The governors, the traditional rulers, the elders, especially for instance in River State, are they reasoning the way you are reasoning to, in a way, see how they can big man talk to big man?
Of course,
call and say,
yeah.
Like I've always said, there's a sharing formula for everything.
Yeah.
I might not collect the bigger part, but at least I will get something that will say, no problem, let's just continue to live in peace. Are the governors, traditional rulers, and the rep members, do they know that if issues happen, allocation will reduce, and you can't commission any road again? You can't. You don't even have what to steal again.
Of course.
I'll come to that, but let me take some calls. 0810-9510-951. How communities can benefit from the IOCs, that's what we're looking at, so that we don't have this issue of protest today, protest tomorrow. Like the Rumekwe community, they said they can boast of only 2 boreholes, and they got that out of protest. Their children sit on the floor on blocks to learn. As in Rumekwe here, where you have Shell, you have Aradel, you have Ajib. You can imagine.
Yes.
And
You
then
don't have
I was talking with someone, he says, why would the Ogoni people say they should not drill? I say, if it's me, I will lock the oil very well, because the places they have opened the oil, nothing to show now.
No,
so what's the
not
essence?
yes.
Lock and keep up until you are ready to do the needful.
Yes.
0810-951-951. Do you think even the PIA, the BOT board, whatever name they call it, has been able to solve this problem? Because when the PIA Act came on board, there was so much noise. This will now address the issue. Communities will now be living like Dubai and co. But the problems are still there. Underdevelopment, high level of pollution, people are dying within the communities by the day, a whole lot. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Lucky Marcel, and good morning to your guests in the studio.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah. I want to ask this direct question. Is the problem actually with the IOCs or with us, the people? Because I know, I'm from also a community that produces oil, Yomok. Because I know that if you go to the home country of these oil companies, if you see the kind of budget they give out, that what they used to do, their community relations and whatever for the host community, you will marvel. But who are those people that are aiding and abetting them to succeed in these things that you're talking about? It's our people. Because if you go, a lot of this thing has caused a lot of problems. You can imagine a place like Rumekwe. You don't even have, in fact, where do I even start from? But you will not tell me that there are no Rumekwe sons and daughters that have helped these companies to do all these things, to perpetrate all this evil, like the way I would put it. So I think our people, we should learn how to be our brother's keeper. We should understand that no matter what happens, but even when this will go, when the havoc starts, it is all of us that is going to hear it and not the IOCs. So that even the new now ones that are taking over from Nigeria, let us begin to close rank and understand that it is a live and let live situation. Not that you are the richest person in your community, everybody is coming to your house to put plate to eat food. You are not rich as far as I'm concerned. So I think it's high time we begin to realize this and be more liberal in our consciousness to understand that we all should live for each other and nothing more than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. You want to respond to that? Do you think the problem is from the people also?
Of course, I have said it from the beginning when I was explaining. I said that the problem we have is that we have a system where the center controls these IOCs. The agencies, you understand, regulate them. The communities have no role. They have nothing to do. Every private man wants to minimize costs. It works there because the system that regulates them there are more conscious about their welfare with the communities. Do you understand?
In other countries.
In other
even
countries.
In African countries.
Of course, yes. But for here, the system here, you know what it is. Some of them have not even seen crude oil before. They're in Abuja as a director of DPR. Do you understand? They are there as a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They are there as a wife of the president. We know what this happened. At the end of the year, if Shell is making profit of, let's say, $10 million, these people tell you give us 10% of your profit. Of course, they settle those ones. Once they settle those ones, the day they put their eyes on the community, they will develop the community. The day the regulators want to ensure that they are held accountable. Because if you're holding me accountable for community actions and inactions, I cannot be giving you can't ask me of your own again now. That's not how you ask me of your own. Because your interest is that I do the right thing to ensure that there is no sabotage at the level of the community. You're telling me you're producing $1 million barrel. Why? You say the community is obstructing. Why did the community obstruct you? If you're putting pressure on them, on the reason why the operations are obstructed, they will do everything possible. You understand? They will build schools, they will build roads, they will give them employment, they will build hospitals, because those who regulate them don't want to hear that 1 liter or 1 barrel of oil is short of 1 day, except for technical issues. They wouldn't want to hear that because community this. Why? What is your relationship with the community? The issue of relationship with the community is saddled on the company, you understand, to handle and not the government. You understand? But the truth is that as long as they've given them their percentage, how many crew did you leave? 50,000 barrels. Okay, 10% of 8,000 and all that. All these arrangements with the GMD of an NPC and all that. You understand? So it makes the community to look away from the community because those who are expected to regulate them have been settled. You understand? So the community is reacting out of frustration. Yes, they do not know. If you marry a woman probably that is not a graduate, will you take advantage of her and then oppress her? Okay, no. That's the relationship between the company and then the community. They came to the community to marry a space for an oil exploration. So it's like your in-law. Christmas, you take care of your in-law. Every problem in your in-law's family, if police arrest your in-law, you drive down there to ensure that he's bailed. As it stands now, we have been arrested by poverty. The community have been arrested by hunger. The community, they have to intervene.
Good morning.
Yeah, okay, Master. Sorry, let me just add this. I may not completely agree with what your guest is saying because I come from a community that has oil. Today we are enjoying, all of you know, we're enjoying light in Omo, 2 of us, for the past 30 years. It was you that the company that is taking oil from my place. Even in my sister, this other side of Oba land, that airport, so they have free light. Every start of the year, the company has an MOU they sign with these community people, what they are going to do, projects and all that. But like I told you, sometimes it is we, the community people, that sells out. They are not completely absorbed from carrying out something for the community. Of course, they have an MOU. Some of them are even go further to even take this MOU to their home countries to ensure that they do it. So if Rumekwe is not enjoying it from shares, I think they should look inward. It doesn't just say because of federal government or people in Abuja alone. I have mentioned where I come from. I have mentioned this other side of Oba, again, where I enjoy free life for over 20, 30, 40 years, close to that. It's the company that are there that did it. Most of the roads in my place, they are the ones that did it. So if Rumekwe is not enjoying, don't completely blame it on Abuja alone. Because I know that if they move very well, they can be having OU. At the start of this is our target. Do this project, do this one, do this one, do this one. So anybody that is not enjoying it from share, don't blame it on government alone. Look inward to your people. Maybe they are telling out.
Let me address the issue of Onelga. In 2000, I hope he's listening. Onelga invaded Shell facility, destroyed everything, total facility. In fact, they were selling their ACC in a Ahoda with cobble, foam, food, everything. In fact, they destroyed total facility completely. That led to the MD of Total to leave France. That's the global MD down here. Onelga is the only ethnic group that are enjoying the what's it called? Their multinationals. Because of that incident that happened, I think either 99 or 2000. As soon as they entered power was when that incident took over. In fact, Elem Chukobo was a honorable member of assembly. Then he parked his vehicle, his car at the front, and boys invaded Total. It took place after so many years of oppression. Go to Total today, see number of Onelga people that are working there as managers, as senior staff.
Because of that issue.
Because of that issue. I don't actually, because if you say that you're encouraging community to go into violence, that's why I don't want to, actually didn't want to go into that. In fact, the lingua franca there is Onelga in Total. In fact, what he's saying is true. Every Christmas, every festival, it's like the share goes from compound to compound. You understand? The level of benefit with Total is extremely very high because of that incident. It didn't just happen. But you don't say it because let other people not go invade and then create crisis just because it's mentioning Monega and Monega. Apart from Monega, tell me any other host community that is benefiting the way they do. It's not there. They took that action either 99 or 2000. Then we were in school. It was a major issue. You know how I come to know about it? Now, one from my maternal home. My maternal home is Abaripo. One of my maternal uncle, his son went there. You understand? When he got there, people were carrying foam, carrying AC. He went to the kitchen and was eating meat. So his father slapped him. He said, people, they carry foam, they carry, you go to the kitchen, go to shop meat. You understand? You went to kitchen and we were eating meat. Look at what you're saying. Are you my son? You know. So that's about it. Is it so? And I said, okay, we are carrying phone, we are selling big foam, selling AC, selling this, you know. So that is what happened. And then from that moment, the people took them serious. Total took them serious. And from them, they never joke with them. You understand? So that your own is different from what about Togoni, who completely shut down, and then they have $1 billion that is being spent on them right now. You understand? It only come by violence and death. It wasn't as if it come by normal policy. If it is well with them, why would they go into that extent? They lost life. Today, are you hearing the budget of IPREP? You used to hear it? 200 billion, 300 billion every year to be spent within just that.
Even though we have questions.
You understand? No, but about this, they're investing. They have a lot of them working in that project and all that, having that experience. You know, they're building one of the best center of excellence globally. They're building water and all that and all that. They're training their youth. You know, so there's so much investment going on in just within that ethnic group right now. But did it come easy? It never came easy. Do you understand? So if the community is a problem, why would they need to fight? Why would they need to? They are benefiting because of this incident I told you. You can ask anybody. You understand? And then I think that thing was initiated by Lechukubo and Anko. Say, man, this is nonsense. Now we have power. We have to teach them a lesson. Because it's as a result of many years of, neglect. But
it shouldn't get to that.
It shouldn't get to that. That's what I'm saying. The company shouldn't allow it to get to that. They didn't find it. It didn't come easy. The one that it didn't come easy. Shall know that the environment have to be remediated. Do they do it? Until they got to a point of, advocating for their own kingdom and all that. That they brought in the military, just like as I said, did they not? They brought in the military in. Abacha came and then, started attacking the Ogoni people and all that before it got to where we are. It didn't come smoothly. It never came smoothly.
Let me take this.
Yeah.
Max, I love the intellectuality of your guest, but I will plead with him to keep educating the people until a positive end is achieved in this denial in agreement with our own people, with the IOCs. Honorable Marlon, thank you. Send in your messages to 0701-9339-962. Is your community also a victim of this issue we are discussing? How can the IOCs benefit from how can the host communities benefit from the IOCs? He talked about the fact that you need to have a plan.
Yeah.
You don't just come up and say, okay, how much is this? Okay, buy a sewing machine, renovate school. No, you should go beyond that. In the area of health, this is a plan. So push the money here.
Yeah.
Like Gigo in and Gigo out.
Yes.
In the area of agriculture, push the money here. Don't come and buy a sewing machine for us.
Of course.
In the area of empowerment, these are the skills we want to learn.
Relevant.
So push our people there. That's what the guest is saying. So feel free to join the comment. But let me come back. If time, because I know that you can't oppress the people for
too long.
For those who believe in the holy books, a day came and the Israelites says, enough is enough. They cried to their own God. Moses was sent. And we know what happened. Turn water to red. Do this one. Frog. Firstborn die. Say, you must release my people. The people will rise up one day. Whether you like it or not.
Of course.
The governors are quiet. We have a governor now. They are busy with politics. Every day what we hear is enemy of the state. But the true enemy is this thing that is happening.
Poverty. Hunger.
Poverty is the true enemy. That everybody is doing as if they don't know what is going on. Tomorrow now when the people rise, they say, no, you are demarketing the state. Let us entrench peace. Entrench peace when I've not seen food to eat. And black gold is at my backyard. Let me take this. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Monsuel. Good morning.
Welcome, sir. Good to have you.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Smith. I'm calling from
we know.
Okay. Mr. Monsuel, I am listening to your guest, and like you can rightly see what we discussed on Thursday, insider threat. I had another person call to say is from Onega, and as such, these things they are enjoying it in Onega, and they know why are these people not enjoying it? They should look inward. That's just the answer to what it is. And even as your guys have explained, it remains that most of these guys are foreigners. The IOCs are foreigners. And I have had issues where IOCs engage the community, and in that MOU, I'm telling you the job I have done. In that MOU, they stated they are going to pay the lift worker maybe 200,000 and all that and all that. That job was concluded in one of the hotels in Port Harcourt. Agreed. Now we went to the community with the people they brought, cluster or something, cluster, all those community CDCs. So when we go to the community for a meeting with the CDCs first, and the CDC say, how are you going to pay somebody 200,000 naira? Just don't worry. Calculate the money and give to the cluster. We will handle them. And these guys are foreigners. They don't know much. They calculated the money and gave to the community people, and we left. I'm just a consultant. I left. Do you know that after some months, I went to visit that particular community, their facility to check. What they were paying people were 30,000 naira. I'm telling you what happened in this river state, where I particularly was involved. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that if any community is not enjoying any benefits from these IOCs and oil facilities, they should go back and check what the CDC people are doing and check their memorandum of understanding. I do not think that any IOCs will be in operation in any community and in any place without a memorandum of understanding. Go back and visit a memorandum of understanding. Rumekpe is my local government. I'm from my local government, so I know exactly what he's explaining. If you go to Rumekpe, you cry for Rumekpe people. But the truth remains that we need to go inward. Bring back your memorandum of understanding. Let us see what is there. If you cannot handle it, consult people that can handle it. And as such, you get benefit. I know Abuja has the power of that. But then, let's do the ones we can do and leave the other one. This is exactly what I call insider threat. People are benefiting. There are insiders that are benefiting in the suffering of Rumekpe people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, K.J. Smith-Tibia. He's a security expert, so he knows what he's talking.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Maxwell.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
My name is David West, and I'm calling you from the city of Yenegua.
Go ahead.
As a matter of fact, I think the communities themselves, just like the last caller was alluding to, is also to an extent contributing to the predicament they are facing. And again, the regulator, more especially the regulators that are supposed to be an agent, an instrument that will enable the communities to benefit from the PIE and then all other activities that are taking place within the environment, force the IOCs to give to the communities these benefits. The regulators themselves are also in connivance to bypass the community, to make things easier for the IOC. So it's worrisome. And more so, the Petroleum Industry Act has already been passed. The 3% that is supposed to or due the communities, most of the communities, and they are not even saying anything about what they want to do with the host communities development fund, that 3%. A lot of the communities are not very much aware on how to even go about it, on how to get the money. So the issues surrounding it are so much. The IOCs today, they are telling us they are divesting. They are going into offshore, where we will not see them, divesting most of their properties onshore. Then the people that are taking over, the people who are buying it, the locals who are buying it, the issue is, are they capable? What is the capacity? What are the capacities they have to take care of these things? The IOCs have already polluted our environment. Before divesting, there are issues surrounding the divestment. The communities are not even carried along in the divestment negotiations. the people that are coming to take over too are not, they are not. I don't think they are ready to accommodate or take over, shoulder those pollutions and all the issues surrounding it before any other thing can take place. So we must, as a people who comes from this community that is seriously being polluted, our livelihood is seriously being tampered with, collectively create much awareness for ourselves and see that the 3% due us, it increases. So far so good. This 3%, let us judiciously use it for the community. And for all those that are coming to take over most of these multinational companies, we are aware Agip already is being bought over by Wale Tinubu Oando. Now, there is another issue that we're going to bring. How are they going to take care of those things? They need to sit down with the communities and discuss these things so that we don't have problems in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, you are talking about the rule of government. Mm-hmm. You see, that's exactly what this man was talking about or saying. And the government is not committed. Why will you agree on 200,000 and somewhere in the community is talking about 30,000? You're seeing a serious, an internal threat, just like you said. Because if at the end of the day, the information leaked out, those who earn that money will demand for that 200,000. And then the house of those guys can be set ablaze. And then community crisis can erupt from there, which is quite terrible. Now, the private sector is a very important sector, just like as I've said. And then in this part of the country, part of the world, that oil sector is one of the major sectors that account for our earning. So you don't, whether oil or any other sector, you don't make a joke with it. I expect that the government should create a forum that the private sector and the government will meet every quarter so they can address issues. If there is a forum, you understand that the government is in charge, either the governor is absent, the deputy governor. I'm sure this company will be bold enough to say this experience and the governor can order for the arrest of those people. And all this nonsense will stop. You understand? The government will take an action. And then others will learn lesson. The company will learn lesson. You understand? The community people will learn lesson.
Is the governor interested in all this? Or they are just interested in...
No,
they don't pay
no.
their tax.
Why we are here is that to draw their attention to these things in case they do not know. So that their media aides can draw their attention, play a conversation.
In Bonny, there was an oil spill.
Yes, but the matter is...
They said they wrote a letter. And they, according to the other end, they said they were preparing. These are places where school shut down. People couldn't go. They couldn't.
Yes, I heard.
4 days later, 5 days later, we took another report that nothing has been done. We have a governor. We have Nostra. We have a local government chairman.
Yes.
We have all these people that if you say anything now, they'll come and arrest you. But oil spill, people are devastated. Nothing was done. That's why I'm asking. The authorities, at least at their level, the governor has so much power. That's the reason why everybody calls on him. The governor can stay and call the president.
Yes.
The governor can stay and call the Minister for Petroleum. Can call the GMD. They no born you not to answer. I say, come, my people are suffering. What are you doing? My friend, move to the side, go and clean up that environment. But nothing.
Well, I want to believe that, just like as I've said, the government is not interested in the private sector. That's the truth. They're not interested in the private sector welfare. Because it's already a conflict between the host and the multinational and the organization as it is right now. How will a child who was born in that community and was relocated, who has comfort of his home, somewhere now probably accessing food is a problem? What kind of mindset will he grow? You understand, to have for those companies? It's already a crisis. You understand? So, because the government is not committed to the private sector arrangement. The private, just like talking about the company, they have their own challenges. It's not just about the community. The organizations have their own challenges as well. And then should they complain to the community? What will the community do? There's nothing the community can. Who will they complain to? Is it to pastor? They complain. Their challenges are being complained to government, who regulate everybody. You understand? The government who holds all the powers, who is in charge of the judiciary, in charge of who, if you misbehave, the law takes its course. So they bounce back to the government for government to look at their challenge, but they don't have who to explain to, who to talk to. They don't. The companies don't have. That's the problem. So they have a commission of energy. You understand? The government there should be a forum where the private sector and the government is meeting to address economic issues that affect the state. You understand? That should be a forum at the level of our understanding. You understand now? That should be a forum where the traditional rulers are there because they will take the message home. The youth benefit are there, the private sector is there, the government is there. You understand? Now you talk about the economic evaluation of the state. It is either quarterly or as the case may be. We look at all the sectors, one after the other, and what are the challenges of those sectors, and in what area can the government intervene to ensure that these sectors are flowing because these are employers of labor. You understand? This is where you derive your tax. So it is important that the government comes in, you understand, and creates an atmosphere where there could be a relationship. Just like this young man have said, it is something that such a forum should hear, that this is this. And at the moment the people look at the body language of the government is committed and serious about the welfare of these things, about your actions and inactions, everybody will sit up. You understand? Because you know the consequences of the fact that you have committed a crime against the state. You understand? And then the state has the power to take you up, and you wouldn't want to be taken up. Not to how even your community here that you are arrested in your area was ordered on the fact that out of 200,000 you ask them to pay 30,000. The people will feel alleviated. The people will have confidence in the system. They will believe more on government. You understand? You know. So I read something that someone said he went to China. I read it on social media, and then the taxi man he took in China billed him high. When he got to the hotel where to pay, he expressed himself, and then immediately the hotel receptionist called the police. You know, the police people got the guy arrested. Within about an hour, they called him and gave him the extra. A visitor in China, they gave him the excess that the taxi man exploited from him. Is it not a system that works? Meaning the girl, the reception know what to do. So they know that this guy is into stain the image of the country, and then put call on the police. The police call the driver for the phone number, track him and say how much did he be so get that he dropped so time. He plays the car. Bring the money. They collected the money, went to the guy, gave the money to the guy. Was surprised to see the driver who dropped him, came back to the hotel with police, and then he gave him. That is a system that people are committed that it should work. So okay, now the community man who is powerful, who has all the bad boys around him and has collected 170,000 to give 30,000, who should be responsible to deal with him? Because if you allow the youth, that's taking laws into their hands. You know, to go more violent. But if they're on their own and they say, look at what happened today, the meeting they had today, the governor has ordered, they came to her, they grab him. Then the government have grabbed him. What did he do? They said that money when bring go there, they pay us. They said they should pay 200. He collected 170. Would they not jubilate? Would they not have confidence? Will their mindset not change? Will they not be more patriotic than they were? That is how you run the system. You understand? It's not a system where everybody does what he likes. Nobody's accountable to anything. The community man is collecting money that is meant to pay workers. The government officials are collecting. Everybody is collecting. We can't continue this way. There is a timeline. What time will come? The system will bounce back, and nobody will find it funny. That's the truth. You understand? You see, we have found ourselves in this country where nobody wants to hear the truth. The moment you say the truth, people just hate you, dislike you, they say it too. No, because they think that the corrupt system is benefiting. It's benefiting nobody. It's benefiting nobody. If it is benefiting, we have a lot of political leaders that today are very hungry. Are you not aware? They are very hungry. But we have a system that works, a system that functions. He can never. The day he's done, he goes back to his business. This economic system is enough to cater for him. You understand? It is not about what you steal. It is about what the system has to offer you.
The one they steal that will still go back to the society.
Of course. I'm telling you. So that's the issue.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Atago Maxwell, CEO of Flamingos Energy Services Nigeria Limited. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Stay with us. Don't go away. Law Today is up next.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
We talk, you listen.
Modernization, chicken for money pressure, street orientation. Modernization, for money pressure. Cover face like Nagbaja. Get feel like but we know they come. Fit up was them tap tap tap. Pass all the shit na baba. Oh my idiot na baba. Feeling good banana. Music you need permission to enter your spirit. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me. Music you need permission to enter your spirit. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me.
Go back and make him pop back. I leave you like no mother. Your banana, quadru, nappy, no, but what he make. I don't need talk and you go through, feeling good, banana.
D'un côté, si des femmes en Dieu. No level.
It's Kelpie Vibes.
D'un côté, si des femmes en Dieu. I know they sleep on the money. Who happy? Where make I no go find money? I know they send anybody. Me at the hustle, come check up. Make you hustle, my luck up. I know be your lord, I know be baller. Oh, I'm a to balafaka. I go show you my color. She want to pay me a lot, baller. Baby, gonna more, yeah, I want baller. They matter plenty, I know me only sata. Oh, no. Listen well. When I dey strive and I dey hustle, waiting I dey find, Kaluba I dey find. When I dey move from place to place, waiting I dey find, now the dollar I dey find. And I don't do yes. And many people don't tell me no. Only lati lowo, only don't. Sorry, I'm your be mother, yeah. Is it because I dey do and for love? If I get the cash, I go tell you love, papa. I go give you cash, I go be your sponsor. Money, I'm your be mother, yeah. Is it because I dey do and for love? If I get the money, you go know. Still I go out to the kingdom, because don't go to see the family. I know they sleep on the money. Who happy? Where make I no go find money? I know they send anybody. Me at the hustle, go check up. Make you hustle, my luck up. I know be your lord, I know be baller. Oh, I'm a to balafaka. I go show you my color. She want to pay me a lot, baller. Baby, gonna more, yeah, I want baller. They matter plenty, I know me only sata. Oh, no. Baby, go, love my dance. Happy you forget, say happy the gaga. Oh, man, calling gaga, lorry gaga. Oh, man, calling gaga, lorry gaga. Really love a girl, be. Really young gaga, no gaga. Mami, no gaga, yeah. Find money. Why me no go find money? Find money. They look at they find money. They look at they find money.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
This December, something extraordinary is about to happen. It's Wind and Fire Conference 2024, and the theme is the Holy Ghost that transforms life, breaks chains, and ignites purpose. Ministry, Pastor Cletus Desmond, the General Overseer Redemption Ministries Worldwide, Bishop Kingsley Inakireri, Pastor Isaac Olori, Pastor Edward Enenta, Pastor Iguni Pepple, and a host of other anointed vessels ready to unleash the word and the spirit. Date 21st to 25th December 2024. Time 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. daily at Redemption Ministries, Eastern Bypass, Port Harcourt, and other designated centers. This is not just another event. It is your divine encounter.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
1 million man worship free transportation routes. Terminal A, Peter Dili Road, Amadiama, Abuloma, Slaughter, Okuru Community, Okujago, Ogini Bar, Rumomasi, Elekaya, Rumo Kalabo, Ororoko, Waterlines, GRA Junction, Obunabali, Ozuboko, Fimie, Terminal B, Elelewon, Oil Mill, Aleto, Eleme, Akbajo, Woji, Bori, One, Rumo Krushi, YKC Junction, Terminal C, Rumo Domaya, Eliosu, Rumo Koro, Eneka, 182, Elimbu, Rumudara, Okboro Road, Terminal D, Oyibo, Umebele, Afam, Oyibo Market, Obuama, Terminal E, Ada George, Mboba, Rumola, Ignatius, Ajuru University, Mboshimini Town, Aji Flyover, Wimpy Junction, Ozoba, Rumokuta, Rumola, Psychiatric Road, Terminal F, New Airport Road, Alu, Uniport, Shoba, Rumosi, Alakahia, Rumekini, Rumaholo, Saz Road, Terminal G, Agri Road, Lagos Bus Stop, Azikiwe Road, Stella Maris Road, Borokiri, Marine Base, LNG Road, Mile 1 Education, Borough Park, RSU, Mile 3 Park, Ikoku, D-Line, Oluwabasenja Road, Elechamadi Polytechnic, Air Force, Artillery, Terminal H, Rugboku, Iguruta, Big Tree Junction, Echie Town, Chokocho Town, Terminal I, Elele, Isiokpo.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Port Harcourt, get ready as Real Life Entertainment presents Krakia Reeves with Julius the Genius Agu live on Christmas Day. Featuring MC Casino, Apare.com, MOP, Arunze Baba, Angel the Laugh, KO Baba, Busy Mouth, Action, Apanokone, GSN, and Visa the British, Kelvin Briggs, Son of Man, and many more. Music by Mr. Too Much. Krakia Reeves is on the 25th of December, Christmas Day. Venue, Aztec Acom, Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. Time 5 p.m. Tickets, regular 5K, VIP 10K, silver table 500K, gold table 1 million naira, and platinum table 2 million naira. Tickets are available at Market Square, Kilimanjaro, Lesuka Bar, Portland, Mosey B Cafe, Harbour Road, Zeros Place, Oil of Joy Close, Port Harcourt. Or get your tickets online at wakanow.com and tellerafricatickets.com. For table reservations, please call 0803 500 9399.
Hey, then I get from brother number.
Crack your reads with Julius.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
Get ready
as we take you through a journey of discovery, exploitation, and essence of natural resources on your premium talk and news and sports station. It is Greenland.
A program that brings to center stage issues on agriculture with analysts, technocrats, and farmers.
To discuss the challenges, opportunities, and role of agriculture in Nigeria and how it affects our economy. Every Friday, 1 p.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome to The Law Today on Today 95.1 FM. On The Law Today is basically an educational program. Lawyers listen, everyone listens. We all, even if we didn't go to law school, we also need some form of education as far as the law is concerned. The argument has always been, does the law really works in Nigeria? Well, we have fantastic laws. But probably the issue is with implementation. Well, we will continue to educate the public until something better, until the policy makers and those who have been breaking the policies become responsible. Because I think the major issue we have is just people being responsible. We are going to look at bail. Is bail supposed to be free? Why did they grant Yaya Bello a 500 million naira bail? Dele Farotimi 30 million naira. You go to the police, they say, before you bail this your brother, sister, you pay 50,000, 100,000, 250,000. Why is it so? Barrister Victor, good morning. So we're basically going to look at that. At what point would they say, okay, we're granting this man bail for the sum of 10 million naira if we have heard over time that bail is free? And then they'll tell the man to drop his passport. Is it only when they allege that people steal money? What about two fighting? Why would the police say, oh, we'll bail you with 20,000, 50,000? Barrister Victor, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Maxwell. Wonderful listeners.
All right. Now, we have heard over time, bail is free, bail is free, bail is free. Police comes into an environment, arrest people, and then say everybody will pay 50,000 for bail, 100,000 for bail. Police comes into an environment, arrests someone, and then detains the person, or police invites you for questioning. You went with your 2 legs. You are detained. The next thing is you only be billed with 250,000. And then let me also bring in the case of Yaya Bello, 500 million naira bill. Dele Farotimi, 30 million naira bill. I would want you to explain to us explicitly why is it so.
Okay. I find bail as a constitutional privilege. But bail is not a right that some persons may say. You know, even though
Okay, barrister, you help us to speak up.
Huh?
You help us to speak up. Your voice.
Okay. I should speak up, eh?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I said when it comes to bail, I see it as a constitutional privilege, not a right. As some persons may rightly say that bail is your right. When it comes to right, there need not to be qualifications to it. But when it comes to privilege, then you find some qualifications. Now, when it comes to the police bail is an administrative bail. We have bail at the police level. We have bail at the court, at the judicial level. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And bail, a cognizance entered at the police station by the ACJ, by the Administration of Criminal Justice Law, is given an accord, is acknowledged by the judiciary. Now, the essence of bail, let me say what bail is, a recognizance entered, either personally or in your stead, for you to appear on a subsequent date for further hearing or further investigation. Did you get that?
Okay.
It is either you enter recognizance or self-recognition. That maybe as a lawyer, as a pressman, or a chief, someone who is known. The whole essence of bail is for another person to enter into a contract with the institution or the body, whether the judiciary, that's the court itself, or the police as an institution. That look on so day, I will ensure that this person comes in, the person to make such assurance is the surety, and that automatically puts you into a term of contract. I saw it. I see bail as a contractual term. Now that's found in the criminal avenue, where somebody enters an agreement that look on so period, I will bring so person. Now, you who is a shorty, who has taken cognizance to produce a particular at a particular date, you are to enter a bond. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
You are to enter a bond, like the 500 million naira for Yaya Bello. It doesn't mean that you have to pay the 500 million naira there. The 30 million naira enter from the other doesn't mean you have to pay the 30 million naira before you go. No. If the person does not show up or absconds, then you are bound to forfeit such fund. That would be a kind of penalty on you, because you cannot go for the punishment of the person. So you have to pay as the shorty, you have to pay that amount, forfeit it to the federal government.
So so what you're saying is you won't pay it first.
Hello?
So what you're saying is that you will not pay that money first.
No, you don't pay. You don't pay for bail as it ought to be, not as it is practiced.
Okay.
As it ought to be, you don't pay any money. Bail is free, and free indeed. Every money received on grounds of bail is purely an extortion.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, barrister.
Yes, every money received by the institution
Mm.
in the name of bail, on grounds of bail, as your bail, as a term or condition for bail is extortionate.
Okay.
Simpliciter.
Oh.
Now,
Okay.
the reason why this extortion may not end, no matter how we preach it, is because people keep committing crime. We are not patient. We don't want to possibly even if sometimes you may want to lose your job. Even when you don't want to lose your job, they fight. I don't want to sleep in cell. You know, though the policeman keeps delaying you, you just need to pay that money. Sometimes the policeman tells you, if you don't pay, we will charge you to court. Possibly you want to negotiate the fear of the delay in the court every day and so on. So ordinarily, you see at the foot part of the bail form, you see I hereby undertake that no such money was paid. You see it written down there. Why the shorty is signing out? You see, even I think after that area, that sentence, you find the shorty signature and the principal party, that's the suspect. You find the signature of that person. What it implies in law, like I always say, what comes before the judge in our last setting. That's why when you go and raise issues, I pay those amounts for money, blah blah blah. The judge looks at it, and you have already signed. So this is like an extortion from the police, except where you can stand firmly as a being, as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which I have seen in one of my clients. One of my Gibson by name. I call his name because he's a very quiet person. So we bought he bought a land somewhere at Ibeche. Somebody came, used the police, the tenants, because they were at Government House Market, arrested every of his workers. So he called me from court. I joined him. We moved to that place. As soon as we got there, they said to release the workers. They wanted to say, I'm not paying you a dime. You charge them to court, you release them, or you have the option to put me in. And he was serious about it. And they saw the seriousness. My brother, they didn't take a dime. I am telling you, this one happened before me. They did not take a dime. In fact, I was on my own. It was on my own. I had to call the people. People behaved very well. And I had to give them 10,000 naira. But before me, the man did not pay a dime. And they released those persons because they saw that this man possibly is wealthy and he was ready for problems. Before me, he pulled his watch and pulled his cap, take away his cap. I said, please, I sent them and I'm here. Release them and put me in. You understand? I'm ready to fight for this land to the end, even if it will cost my blood. And he was saying it before their commander. So they saw that they don't know what this man's back up, and they allowed them to go. They just said, "Who did you come?" We said, "My lawyer is here," and I signed. I had to just enter the company. They gave us the following day 10. He came. We were on and on with the appointment of the one that I told them that it was a land dispute, not a criminal matter. I've also followed a client who is a foreigner. As he got there, after making a statement, they said somebody should shot him. Somebody from his company came and entered the company and they allowed him to go. The police did not ask for 1 naira. So you find that these acts are intentional because they know that, like the last time, I know one my mother for her. I warned you that as you came there, we don't want to be patient for any reason. Little shout. In fact, you see it as a pride for you not to. You see some people boast. I don't want to interfere. I don't want to interfere. Yeah, I don't interfere. If you Google it, Victor Rocco, I was detained. And they asked me, I said I will not. I was in charge of Fulani Express. They detained my people. I went there and said, waiting happened. And Udom Emmanuel, we're in court, we are fighting it. I wasn't scared. In fact, it was I beg. They thought that I pushed me to court. I went. I was charged. Because I understand the antics of this thing. The CP then told me, I am keeping you for safekeeping. The governor said I should keep you. It's there. It's online. Victor Okor is a lawyer detained, and I was charged for terrorism in Akwa Ibom. I was granted bail at the court level. Because my clients were there. I can't let them go, even if they are from northern area. When one Jao farmer was killed, in fact, the Jao farmer's father, the victim, the man that was killed, his father was also arrested. But at the point of arraignment, they pulled him out because pressmen were everywhere. I was asking why would this man be killed? Let justice prevail, and you want to shut everybody down. So so if you don't stand up to your right, it's nothing. You will keep saying these things, but for days it is free. Every money paid is plus or minus, not even plus minus. It's a plus that you were extorted. It's a way. It's criminal, ought to be criminal, and that's why when you see that when they take some money that in a way you have a serious order somewhere, you see that they cough it out. So bail is free, and the essence of bail, I think in a popular authority by the Supreme Court, bail, the essence of bail is to allow any person who may be wrongly accused, because at the point of investigation, you are presumed innocent. So you don't need to suffer for whatever. Like that case I told you, I was celebrating then. Justice Watson did something that was shocking. That I told you we got victory about the QS young man. When at the High Court, he was remanded. That was when I took over the matter. He was granted bail pending arraignment after 3 weeks in prison custody. But when he was properly arraigned, before his arraignment, I played the delayed technique so that the bail application I made before the High Court, Honorable Justice Watson, I did technical delay so that it will be right for hearing. And when I got there, the judge told me, I'm preempting the court. I was shocked. He said, no, that when somebody walks in for trial, allow the person to face the trial, and not to subject the person to one rigorosity or the other, and give the person conditions that the person will not be able to meet. I was shocked. And they allowed the man to go. And we continued that trial until judgment was just recently given. But other judges, whether you were granted bail at the magistrate court, they will still subject you to go through another bail condition, and even give you conditions that you may not meet up. And that now opens the lawyer to now take from you. You buy shorty, they give you C of O. How many times did they sign C of O? How many persons would want to now release their C of O? And you may be purely innocent at the moment. The person may be innocent, and the person may remain in prison custody for 2, 3 months or 6 while looking for C of O, or trying to pay the man some quality hundreds of thousands or even millions, so that the man can now leave his house to the C of O. I know I've pleaded before with a judge. I saw he was giving everybody C of O. And when I was moving the motion, I pleaded. I said, we cannot produce the C of O. I told him. He said, why? I plead, and I now told him how people, that's defendants who are facing trial are being marginalized because of stringent bail conditions. You tell somebody, go and bring a permanent secretary. You tell somebody, go and bring a first class chief. If you're a first class chief, will you go and stand for somebody you don't know? You tell somebody, go and bring a level 15,
civil servant
of the state government. Civil servant. How many level 15, 16 are there? And which of them will want to go? Can you the essence of recognizance is for somebody who knows you very well. You understand? So these are the things we face. And you see somebody he has been granted bail, yes, for 1 day. He's still unable to perfect the day. However, there are offenses for which the law clearly stated that you cannot grant bail except on special circumstances. Now, even at that point, I still have little argument. Because if you're accused of murder, you could be completely innocent. And you see, like I have the matter ongoing, I will not mention it because it's going on. And from the first evidence, second evidence, the person is ought to be free. In fact, we have, at the team of lawyers, we've prepared our notice. But the man is still in prison for 1 year. Because we have filed for this over 1 year now. Because we have filed, the judge refused. That's why I said it's within the discretion of the court. The judge refused. So if you want to see police will grant you bail, hey, you want to do this. Some people, because of the fear of the unknown, they pay whatever to go on bail. So any amount paid for bail is exceptional. And the stringent conditions given by the police or even by some judges have to go to say, open the suspect. I mean, the suspects at the police station and the criminal defendants at the trial level in the court. Open them to extortion. May I do it? I pay. When they give you, EFCC will give you conditions. And if you don't have, somebody will say, bring 400,000 naira for me to go to EFCC and pretentiously, declare that I know you very well. So you pay 400, you pay 500. And if you are unable to pay, you remain there. Whereas you may be very innocent. Whereas your father, who is just a businessman, can comfortably come there and take you on bail, or any of your brothers. And you are open for trial, and you face the trial, like the one I just did. The boy followed the trial, not 1 day. He did not miss 1 day. He followed the trial till its conclusion. But he has already suffered at the magistrate level. He has suffered about 1 month in prison. So who pays for that? That is why the essence of this is to allow a defendant, a suspect. Are you there, Lucky?
Yes. We're here.
A suspect who may be wrongly accused to escape any period of detention. Do you understand? To escape any period of detention. Now, in my case, in that's my case. The ban has said 3 weeks and some days. At the magistrate level, in prison custody. That one, my grandmother used to call it, that one I've gone for, it's all right. Yes, it was at the discretion of the court, the magistrate court. But for what purpose? We went to the magistrate, to the high court. The high court said, no, you walk in here gently. I don't have any reason to keep you. Go home. And finally, he was discharged and acquitted. So who paid for that 3 months, 3 weeks? It has gone for, it's all right. So, if you are paying, if you want to avoid being extorted and to bail, you need to stand for right. We as lawyers, we do our individual matters. When they call you, so when they hear you a lawyer and they see your position, like me, I'm ready to speak for them. If you want to, no problem. But what I will not do is that once you do it, I'll fight. I'll keep fighting. Let me fight and fail than to fight to you rubbish me and I say good morning. No, I will fight and fail. So the only way out of this thing is for you to stand there. When you know you stay away from crime, and when you are accused, you are suspected to have committed a crime, answer the police. Go there, answer the police, and don't. The only way to help this Nigerian society is to be the first to say no to it and stand by it. But when they see it continually, you will see the temple will change. But otherwise, the extortion will continue. So bail, whether in the court, whether at the police station, is free. The essence of bail is one, for you to escape, just like the analysis I gave, the period of detention, which may be occasioned. 2, you are presumed innocent. 3, so that you can also prepare for trial. 4, so that you can also attend to other things. Other of, your daily activities. And maybe fix your time for any day you are subject to trial.
Now, you said something, barrister, that you don't necessarily pay that money before you get bail. You said that, right?
Of course, that
But
one is a bond. It's a bond.
but
If
we
the
see a
person is
situation
paid,
where in our system you have to pay that money before the person is released from custody.
no, that there is a provision where, like, if, at the Adelo, you can deposit that money, and at the end of the trial, that is when you don't have someone to take you as a shorty, or sometimes the court may order the boat that is shorty, and you deposit that money for whatever. I think somewhere 177 80 there. You know, you deposit the money with the court, and after trial, if you are found guilty, that money ought to be refunded to you. You know, if you also are forfeited, depending. You know, then if you are discharged and acquitted, the money will be refunded. But the common practice is that pronounced amount, 500 million, 30 million, is only a bond. It's only a bond that if this man runs, the shorty pays. Most often they don't pay that money. Where will you keep the 500 million? Where will you keep the 30 million? Yes, because most of the government funds goes into the TFA. So where will you keep it? So that 500 million, 30 million is usually, you know, a bond.
Let me digress a little bit. The case of Farotimi, where they talked about defamation of character. Hello, sir.
Yes. I'm hearing you.
Okay. If someone defamed someone's character, do you arrest the person?
Yes, defamation is of two standards. We have criminal defamation. We have defamation as to, you know, tortious wrong, where you can seek damages. You can claim for a certain amount for compensation for loss of reputation. Criminal defamation was not defined. I've not found any book defining it, but as a person, in my view, I have my own standpoint on criminal defamation, because what the law stated somewhere in the criminal code stated that defamation, and the certain punishment for whoever defames. Then if you also defamation on its own, it's also a tortious wrong. It's actionable, where the person the man whose reputation is at stake, who was defamed, can seek compensation for loss of reputation. So how do we discuss these two? Because sometimes it could also run concurrently. That is, you can face trial, and also compensation can be sought against you. But I see criminal defamation when such acts more injurious to the society and try to create compassion amongst people. You know, so that's one you can take legal steps. The thin line of difference is not very clear, my brother. But defamation is a criminal offense.
So the person can be arrested?
Yes, can be arrested.
But the person can get bail?
Bail is defamation. I think it falls under a misdemeanor, or maybe a felony. That's misdemeanor offenses within 6 months, above 6 months to 3 years. But felonious offenses are from 3 years and above. So whether it falls under misdemeanor felonious offenses is bailable. Every offense is bailable. You are presumed innocent. That's what the law says. you are presumed within the period of arrest, suspicion, no matter how grievous, no matter how, authentic or how believing your suspicion is, it's not true. So the person is presumed innocent. So once that presumption is raised, that person is entitled to the fact. Section 165 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Law of Criminal Justice says bail is your entitlement. But when you go further, you read further, it says that it's at the discretion of the court. But when you fight further authorities, they say such discretion must be judicial and judicious. It will be judicial to the extent that you don't confine it within the law. It will be judicious to the extent that you look at the benefits. Why giving this thing? Sometimes they may deny you bail when maybe your life is at risk. Maybe when they see that there is likelihood for you to escape justice, or you want to commit further crime. If they don't keep you there, like that's why courtism, to grant bail is somehow, murder, to grant bail is somehow, that is under section 168, kidnapping, to grant bail, it's very difficult. The law says, that's the special circumstance. Asking, so when you leave somebody who obviously committed murder, and the law presumes him to be innocent, and the judge, as it looks like the person, the judge, we are human beings, you may have seen the facts before you. Yes, you've not started trial, but in your chambers as a judge, you've looked at all the evidence, the weight thereof. You've looked at the statement, possibly confessional statement, the video, you played it in the chambers, and you've looked at the police investigation report, possibly the autopsy report, and some other things. You've seen other circumstantial evidence suggesting the fact that this man is guilty. And you've seen how habitual the man is. Why would you release him on bail to the society? So that he commits more havoc. No, keep him there for him to face trial. Hello?
Yes. So you mean...
That is where the discretion of the judge comes in. They will always say, bail is at the discretion of the judge. The lawyer may be saying from one angle. You understand? But the judge may have gone in. Like I know some judges, I know some magistrates that will call in their files, study their files before coming in. So when you see them, they without even looking at the file, when you call the case, they start talking. Because they've already, taken a position, they've already understudied that file before that first appearance.
All right. So, what's the time limit between when someone is arrested, probably detained, and when the person should get bail? What's the time limit?
The time limit is almost immediately. The proper thing is investigation and that. But arrest is not also wrong, because when we use the word arrest, it sounds somehow rigid. But the police can invite you. Like invitation is not arrest.
But when they invite, now they usually detain. That's the issue. Then they say, come and bail.
Like I nullified so many matters I went to court. I told the judge, invitation is, look, that they escorted you is a different thing. But that invitation is part of investigation. So I would investigate. Are you a spirit? I got a judgment on that. I said, when the police, writes you, even if it's on a land matter, institution, you go and they say, this thing is two ways. If I'm on the other side, I'll argue too. So when you are invited, just dress well, package yourself, go with a lawyer, look for one lawyer. As I'm your friend, now look for one, have a friend. Go there, a sound lawyer, and take your case. You must not also go with a lawyer. You go there and tell them what you know.
What if they detain you?
Now, if they detain you, let me tell you one secret why people fail for fundamental rights. I know lawyers may be hearing now why we learn every day. If they detain you, immediately write, if you don't have a lawyer, tell your wife or whoever who can write an application for bail and ensure it is stamped. Go to the CP's office. Any letter you send to the CP's office, they will stamp it. Write an application. That evidence of your period of detention, that stamp, when you present it in your fundamental trial, or hearing, you have the compensation. But if you just leave it by words of mouth, the judge will have no grounds to support his position to compensate you for detention within the period detained. So when they invite you, you go there, go to the police. If you don't go, it's because we have our Nigerian police is 90% of them are purely on the negative. Those have completely overshadowed the good ones. So, you respond to them. If they ask you for money for bail as a condition, you protest to the top test. And I know that even the top test people get their money. If they are hearing it, they have their certain percentage which they take. Otherwise they wouldn't say they don't know all of this drama. But if you are ready, like if I am ready, if I come to your station, let me say the truth here, Dr. Masco. If I come to the station, because I feel I may not be able to review the entirety of this practice, if I come for my client and I see that the matter is one that is available, I immediately negotiate for bail. You understand? I immediately negotiate for bail. Once I negotiate for bail, the next action I take is I look for a way for my client to come out. But if you want to now say 100,000 to make it for my client to come out, it's not easy. I will just go, I'm always with my laptop. Just write a letter. I've done a matter where we could shot them and the police asked to pay 3 million. The person that I paid my client was not to pay 3 million. By the cops. I got there. It was a land matter, there's no matter. I told him clearly,
the network have started. But feel free to join the conversation where we're trying to link up with Barrister again. 0810-9510-951. If you have a question, you have a contribution, please join the conversation. Send in your messages, call in. We have just some minutes. This one says, in Nigeria today, people join the police because of extortion of civilians. Okay. Yes, Barrister?
Yes. So, what I did was simple, Dr. Master. I thought for every day the man was detained, I was writing a letter. I will write a letter. Released on bail. He has been here since. The second day, released on bail. He has been here since. The third day, released on bail. And I filed fundamental rights. Attach all those periods within which was detained. The court agreed. Because for every day he was there, I was writing. And that was the same thing. When lawyers came for me, I said, after Akwa Ibom, I said, don't do anything, go and write a letter and get me a stamp copy. The second day, I stayed 7 days. The second day, I said, write a letter. The third day, I said, write a letter. So I tendered all to show that I was unlawfully detained. So it is for your lawyer to build your evidence, and not for you to just go and speak grammar. Even if the judges know that most police officers, not all, most police officers misbehave. But you must show something. You must show something to strengthen the mind of the judge.
All right. Let's take some calls. This one says, in Nigeria today, people join the police because of extortion of civilians. Imagine a policeman standing in the middle of the road and extorting people without fear and shame, not minding who is watching them. It's a law. Does this conform to our topic of discourse? Max, greetings and compliments of the season. Which offense is bail-free? If bail is free, why did Farotimi pay 30 million naira to secure his release from detention? Thank God, ability outweighed. Thank you. Barrister?
Well, are you sure he paid 30 million? Because he's a lawyer. The people may say he paid that 30 million ought to be the bond.
Okay.
Yes, it's the bond. Where that bond, the essence of it. People who are into this, who possibly were involved in one litigation or the other, will rightly say it. Understand what I'm saying. The essence of that bond is to, if the Rotimi, if he escapes or if he fails to attend, the man who took him on shot who shotted him will now forfeit that amount of money. But if nobody is shorting you, they may say, okay, deposit, not pay, not forfeiture. Deposit this money at a particular account. And I did not hear that. I did not hear that the money was deposited. But if you say pay, that is at the point of when you want to forfeit it.
Okay. All right. Let's take this call. Yes. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My question goes like this. What about a civil matter? Will bail be granted to that person with money, especially in the police? Civil matter. Because according to what you said here, that bail is being paid, is for assurance of coming back, the client coming back, presenting the client back to the police. That's a culprit back to the police. Now, if in case of civil matter, how do they handle it, even in the police and court?
All right.
For bail.
Okay. Barrister, did you get that?
I didn't get it.
He said, for civil matters, can the person be bailed?
For civil matters, they are not even supposed to be arrested. For civil matters, you are not supposed to be arrested. There are plethora authorities. Understand? Hello?
Yes. You say you're not supposed to be arrested for civil matters?
There are plethora authorities that if you arrest anybody on a civil action, you who initiated the police, who energized them to carry out that arrest, you will pay compensation to the person who was arrested.
What about the police? Who does the police not know this?
Sometimes these civil matters like this, they will just come with a story. They didn't shoot me, they didn't do this. But Lucky Maxwell will do it. Most lawyers do it. But I just recently stopped. You tell the story. So that will not bring the police into it. But you see that instead of you to ask the gun, the policeman will start, bring your deed of conveyance, bring your this, go and measure the land. It's not for the police. Like recently I went to Bayelsa. The first day I told the police, well, before you separate fight, separate quarrel. But when I saw that the police started measuring land, I told them, no, it's not your job. Go to court. You want to measure land. You want to now say, you stop here, you stop here. I say, no, you can't do that. So that's it. You cannot arrest on a civil action, on a civil wrong. You cannot arrest anybody that at the old Lucky Maxwell, or I borrow Lucky Maxwell money without a dot check. I cannot arrest. You cannot. Both of us cannot arrest each other.
Okay. So why then do the police arrest for civil matters?
Hello?
Yes, why then do the police arrest for civil matters?
If they arrest, that's why the fundamental rights enforcement procedure is there. Once you are, the problem why these things will continue. Once, now the police will boast. We need after all, no be fundamental right. Put the policeman's name jointly and severally. Go after his account. The Supreme Court has also said in one authority that you need to the policeman himself who Koro decided to do this. So you put his name so that when judgment is given, try and get his real name when judgment is given against them jointly and severally, you go for his account, personal account. You say that police will not come for him.
Okay. If someone is found not guilty in court, why do you still have to pay some certain amount for your release?
Who said so?
Someone asked a question.
Once you are not found guilty, that's the end of the trial. Now. You are discharged and acquitted. But when you take plea of guilty or not guilty, are you guilty or not guilty? You say I'm not guilty, and the court grants you bail, and you pay for you start the process of bail. Now you pay your lawyer. You pay your lawyer. You pay about 2,500 for oath fee. Then you get your shorty. Yes, and the court form. There is a bail form. They photocopy it and give to you, or maybe you pay this 200 or 300 naira to the court registrar, and of course you make little expenses there, not to the court, not to River State government, not to federal government, no, but you must pay the oath fee. I think that's 2.5. Everything you pay, and maybe your lawyer's fee. Any other thing, maybe if you don't have the shorty, the required shorty, pronounced by the court, you now get the higher one. That's where you spend money, you hire one.
Okay.
30, 40, 50, 60,000. So, but you are not, once you are discharged and acquitted, you are free indeed.
Finally, Barrister, would there be any punishment for security agency who receive court order to grant somebody bail and refuse to release the person even after meeting the bail bond condition, like the one we saw on the case of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu when his case was still at the Federal High Court?
The security agencies, they have internal mechanism within which they discipline their personnel. Ordinarily, once there is a court order, they obey. The police obey. But that of Nnamdi Kanu is extraordinary. That's just the word I will use. It's extraordinary. It's continued detention after an order for bail. It's a violation of his fundamental right by the government, federal government itself, not by an institution of the federal government, by the Federal Republic of Nigeria itself, as the president, from one to another. Otherwise, once bail is granted, even the DSS, they will just let you go. Sometimes they find another channel to hold you if they want to hunt you. But that of Nnamdi Kanu, the court, those who are to enforce it, even the judge, what will the judge do? Can't you see? You've seen recently some chieftains of the Igbo-speaking tribe are trying to negotiate for his relief. Were they negotiating with the DSS? No, we're negotiating with the president. So you can see. So that's why I said that of Nnamdi Kanu is extraordinary.
Okay. Thank you, Barrister Victor Oroko, for educating us. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. All right, that's it for law today. We'll take a short break again, and then Family Circle comes up next. Some of the things you shouldn't say to your spouse. Something like, you are a lazy woman, no? Something like, why are you a 2 minutes man? These are things that can destroy a relationship, that can destroy a marriage. Some of the things you say to your spouse. Even if you detect a fault, there are ways to go about it. Join forces together to solve the problem. And not to say some words that will probably haunt your spouse for the rest of his or her life. We'll look at that. Mrs. Dupe will be joining us via the telephone. Stay with us.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
We talk, you listen.
You there over you go, baby Natasha. You there land up for you go, baby come back here. I give your papa my money, I give your mama my promise. I'm coming before the day go break. Ah, you there over you go, pick on the baby Natasha. Now only picture I see, baby come back to me. I give your papa my money, I tell your mama I'm coming. Nothing fit distract me for Lagos. For January, I give you my money. Hello you go, hey, hello you go. For February, I put you my baby. Ejima, oh, Ejima, I dey rush, my blood dey hot, did you come? Don't tell me say the people what they do I wanna Ghana. Got a pretty and Havana. I wanna give a queen of my kingdom come. Queen of my kingdom come. Nothing be distract me for Lagos. For January, I give you my money. Ego you go, hey, ego you go. For February, I put you my baby. Ejima, I dey rush, my blood dey hot, did you come?
Go.
All right, welcome back. Trying to reach out to my guests. Network is just doing one kind, but hopefully we'll try different alternatives. So, what are those things you've said to your spouse before that nearly broke your marriage? Now, you can imagine you telling your husband or saying to your husband, probably because, he's facing some psychological issues, social issues, economic issues, and he was unable to perform well. And you say, it be like say, don't they become 2 minutes man? Or you be 2 minutes, why they behave like 2 minutes man? There's a way you put it, and then you would have bruised the ego of that man. Or you tell a woman she's good for nothing. Or yes, you can also tell a man you're good for nothing. Just probably because he was unable to provide something. Not that he has not been providing all this while. There are words you use on people that stick with them for life. And that's why we need to be careful how we talk to our spouse, even our children. There are people who use hurtful words on their spouse. And these spouses of ours might not forgive us. They might just, even when you come to beg or something, they might just, decide to play along. Say, okay. But, with time, these words will, will be resounding in their memory. Something will happen that will remind them of what you told them last 5 years, 10 years ago, 2 years ago, 10 months ago. And then you see resentment comes in. It has a way of breaking relationships. I picked you from the gutter. I made you. If not for me, you wouldn't have gone to the level you are. I am doing you a favor by marrying you. Are you a man? You. Are you a man? If other people are calling themselves men, you also call yourself a man. I beg, shift, Joe. Make I see better person. There are words you use on your spouses, or your spouse, that can eventually break a relationship for life. So, I'm asking you, are there words your spouse have used on you that you even find difficult to forgive? Yes, you're just trying to play along, but you have not truly forgiven them. What did that spouse say to you? All right, let's manage this one. Yes, Miss. So, call me and tell me. I guess we'll speak on the show, okay? Trying to reach out to her. But call me and tell me, have you been spoken to rudely by your spouse? Are there words your spouse have used on you that you're finding it difficult to forgive? Okay, we have her now. Mrs. Dupe, good morning.
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Good morning, Mrs. Dupe.
Good morning, sir. Sorry, the network has been wonderful.
Long time.
It's quite a long time.
So, words are very important, even in relationships. Sometimes we get angry and we speak to our spouses. We use some languages, we use some phrases, we use some words that are hurtful And some of our spouse find it difficult to even forgive, even if they try to just play along. But with time, from time to time, when something happens, an event will happen that will remind them of those words. Something like this: "You are a very lazy woman. Oh. See how everywhere is scattered. Your mates, they have 3, 4 children, yet their houses are clean. Your own, just one. Everywhere is scattered. You're a very lazy woman." Or, the example I gave you, you're a 2 minutes man. Oh. You self, you be man. You call yourself man. Even if the person apologizes later, words are powerful. So it might even be difficult for you to forgive the person entirely, but you might just try to play along. So let's look at those words that are not edifying, that shouldn't even be used. Even no matter how angry you are, you shouldn't even use on your spouse.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell, it's always a pleasure to be on Today 95.1 FM. I really, really miss everybody. Today's topic is very interesting, and it's a very vital topic, especially in marriage. There are words. There are many people that their love language actually are words of affirmation. Like, they might not necessarily need you to buy them gifts. They might not necessarily need you to touch them, hold them, but what they really need from you is good words. The Holy Book made mention of it in the book of Proverbs, that a soft word spoken in time, it brings about a lot of comfort. Now, if the words you speak are, let me say, acidic, or they are poisonous in quotes, it could lead to a lot of damage. Just like, for example, different words exist, and the words you speak matters. It is very, very important. I'll give you some example of some words. You made mention of the fact that maybe a man telling his wife you are lazy, or maybe comparing her with another woman. No woman likes to be compared. No woman wants you to tell her you don't amount to anything. See what this woman is achieving. See what that woman is achieving. No woman likes that. But there are some men that, rather than look at the positive things the wife is doing, they rather say things that are derogatory. Like, another example is when a man chooses to body shame the, for example, your stomach, or look at your stomach, or things like you can't even walk straight, you can't eat well. There are so many things that could easily put the woman off. I'll still get to the man's side, but there are several things that could put a woman off, and you discover that when this goes on and on, it will lead to inferiority complex. The woman starts feeling less of herself. She stops valuing who she is. Might not only be able to stand in the society, to be able to talk. Maybe you understand what I'm trying to say. So you having your husband actually saying things like that, it's not good at all. Let's just end it like that. So a man needs to know what to say to the wife, per time. How you'll be able to get what to say will also get to that. Now, let me go to the woman's side. A woman might choose to say, "What a lazy man. Everybody is doing something, or everybody is bringing money home. You are just a loafer. You don't even know what to do. You are staying in one place, just eating, or maybe not even, you are not resourceful." Or they might even go as far as to say, "Oh, you said you call yourself man. After all, how long can you last in bed? Every time now they pour out." You understand? So those type of words, they do not do any man good. Men naturally hate nagging. Once a woman says something, once you say something once, even if act as if he's not hearing at that moment. Be sure that as long as it's your husband, he has noted it somewhere. So going over and over and over to the extent that you become derogatory in your statement, most men will run away. I have a very critical example. Someone came to me for counseling. The wife is very beautiful. She's very intelligent. Works at a high place in society. The husband, he is also in his own business, but they are not with children yet. But the woman keeps mounting her and mounting him. Any small thing, she's ready to remind him of his past, remind him of the weakness he had. See, as you are eating like a pig all the time, you're always eating. Well, the man does it maybe to get a little bit of comfort or whatsoever. He has whatsoever he likes to eat, but she she makes it a point of issue. Let's tell him that he eats like a pig. How many men would like that? And the thing is that she even cook healthy food for him. The man unconsciously goes and eating the house. And you can guess as much as my guess is what that will amount to. She is causing something, but she's putting the blame on the man. So saying statements like that has never, ever amounted to anything good. Like I said, there are words you could say if you need the change to happen in your spouse's life. Now, focusing on their weakness or trying to verbalize the things that are not yet enough in their lives, that doesn't make, it will never make you to get what you really need out of them. So, Mr. Maxwell, can I go ahead and say things that, okay. Now, if you really want to get the best out of your spouse, look, my father in the Lord, Pastor Sancho Adwayo, would always quote the scripture. He'll say, no man after the flesh. If you keep looking at your spouse the way he is, you might always likely see the K-leg that burns you off. Or you might always likely see the, what do they call it? You might always like to see, you'll see the teeth that pisses you off. Or even that dimple that every other person likes. Maybe that's the thing that, there's something in and around your spouse that will just get to you somehow. But when you make up your mind that, you see, this person is created in the image of God, in the image of the person you love, that's God himself, and you have chosen to love this person, you won't know him after the flesh. There are things in your spouse's life that are not what you see alone. For example, maybe the way she relates with your family members, the way he relates with your siblings. He treats them like their own, his own siblings. You look beyond the physical. Look at the things that matters. Maybe he carries your matter extraordinary, things that concerns you. Like, for example, I was in the supermarket a few days ago and I had to pick up some things. When I got there and I was picking those things, I was like, wow, when last did I enter supermarket to get things for myself? Do you know what? My husband virtually makes it a point of contact on his own. He will buy the things he needs, the things I need, and the things everybody in the house. He just loves doing that. So I don't necessarily have to go through that stress. Now, if I'm focusing on the things maybe he's not doing well, rather than focusing on the things he does well, I might never be able to benefit from him helping me to do some of the shoppings I need. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So if you want to get the best out of your spouse, stop looking at them on the physical angle. Start looking at them from the spiritual. Start looking at them beyond who they are. You can always see something wrong with your wife. If you want to call her lazy, it is very, very possible. You just stay house, you dey eat, you dey fat. Now, when I marry you to come to be this. You understand those type of things. You can always say things like that, but that does not amount to anything. Rather, look beyond the physical. Oh, my wife, I know that you being at home, you will take care of the children well. The children will become intelligent. And very true, there's some women that have time for that. They know how to dot their I's, they know how to cross their T's. They will clean the environment for you. They might not be very good in doing business in quotes, like turning 1 naira to 2 naira. But every other thing that happens behind the scene, you can leave it to them. Do you understand? So focus on the strength, because there will always be, as long as you are on earth, there will always be 1 or 2 things that you will not 100% like in your spouse. All right, Mr. Maxwell.
Mrs. Dupe, now, having said that, we should look at the positives, okay, of our spouses. What about in cases where, yes, we have established, we know there is a fault in this person, a character fault in this person? How do we effectively communicate with the person to make an adjustment? Because someone should not necessarily just sit down and say, take me the way I am, There's need for adjustment. For instance, someone like you said, you just a chop for house. Yes, there are men or women who they eat. And it will be detrimental to the person's health. Okay? You are trying to communicate with your spouse that how do you effectively pass that message? That can you adjust a little bit in this area? You want them to get better without necessarily saying hurtful words that will in turn scatter everything. Uh-oh. Hello, Mrs. Dupe.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, you got my question?
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
I can hear you very clear.
Okay, sir. Okay, so if there is a need for correction and you do not know how to pass the message across, there are different ways. Now, what are your spouse's strengths? First of all, locate it. What are his or her love language? What I mean by love language is the way she loves to express that she or he is loved. Like, for example, I told us some time back on the radio that some people love it when you work for them. Acts of service. When you come around them, they love the fact that you just want to help them do something. They appreciate it when you are busy for them, in quotes. Now, a person like that, and you want to correct a person like that, you must have done something for him, and he's already feeling highly loved. Sir, are you following me?
Yes, ma'am.
He must have already been feeling highly loved. Oh, my wife loved me. See how she cleaned the room. See how she arranged my things. She did this, she did this. Then the wife will quietly say, my husband, in the process of him saying thank you and all those other things, the wife will just chip in, my husband. But I really love to do these things for you. But I've just discovered that over the time, your attitude as regards this and this, you seem to be so laid back, especially in your clothes. You don't take care of your clothes enough. I know it will eventually be detrimental because the children are watching you. And before you know, everywhere will be upside down. He knows already that his wife loves him because she has done the thing that speaks love to him. Do you understand? Now, act of correction now is not like telling him you are not loved. But like telling him, I love you, but
you can do better in a certain area. Hello? All right, you can join the conversation, in regard to what we're discussing. Are there ways your spouse have used words that turned you off? Made you feel inferior, shattered, the way you think or the way you see yourself? How were you able to manage it? And do you think there are better ways to communicate some things to our spouse? In cases where the person is not doing well in a certain area, how do you effectively communicate to tell the person that, you need to up your game in this area? Because truth be told, we all need to grow as human beings. The fact that, you don't know how to cook, you came into the marriage, does not mean you should remain like that till the world comes to an end. You should improve. Or you didn't know how to wash clothes. You understand? So instead of using hurtful words against our spouses, how effectively do you communicate to your spouse in a certain area where you think your spouse should improve without necessarily using hurtful words on them that will eventually shatter the relationship and probably make the person feel inferior, shattered? Because, there are people who take words very serious. There are things you say to them that will shatter their self-esteem for the rest of their life. 0810 9510 951 0817 0000951. Yes, Mrs. Dupe.
Hello, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So the spouse makes sure that if it's a man, if it's a woman, make sure that her voice is low. Nobody likes to be corrected with. Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Nobody likes to be corrected in the heat of the moment with a raised voice. It will, and then when you are trying to correct the person, please don't attack the personality. Deal with the problem, deal with the issue. For example, if I've seen men wanting to, with the desire to correct their wife, you know their sense. You know the reason. Those words make the woman look like, okay, I know the reason I want 6, 7 children for you. I don't say I know the reason, true. Because for say I the reason, I can stop for one. You understand that type of a thing? So don't attack the personality. When you attack that person, it will make the person on a defensive. So the person will want to attack back. I don't understand. So rather, look at the issue. The issue is clothes are everywhere, or my dinner is not prepared on time. Calmly with it, there's every probability that you are angry, but you can choose a moment. For example, some people's love language is gifts. Maybe you buy some gifts and you sit down, the person is busy. Oh, thank you. You're like, hey, come on, with a calm voice. You like all these things. You know I will do more. I can do more. But please now, why don't we work on this? Let's work on this. Let's work on this. The person will like say, can I make you go buy all these plenty things for me? You say, no, you know I love you. Definitely I love you. But because we are in this together, we are in this team together, if it's good for you, it's good for me. So let's look at this area. Now, they are not attacking the person. The person already knows that you love her or you love him. Like for a man that is laid back, not wanting to do anything with his family, maybe you have noticed that it's a problem. If the woman doesn't feed him, he will not stand up. It's a problem. There are men like that. And the woman is like, okay, what can she do? Then, apart from all these things, you could also seek for counsel. There are people that the man, listen to, or the people he honors enough that he wouldn't want to misbehave around them. Do you understand? Like, or the woman, there are some people she would never want you to take her issues to. So rather, what she will do is she will behave when she knows that some situation will lead you to talking to her spouse. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you could also use that medium. There are several things you do, but most importantly, look at the strengths of the person. Yes, you're very good in taking care of the children. All the children are amazing. Thank you. I appreciate them. Even your children. I know some of us are listening to me. I have a very large family. So sometimes people come around to my house. One of the young people that came around went back home one day and said, so the mom did something. He now said, Mommy, do you know why I like to go to Pastor house? Do you know that any little thing you do for her, she will tell you thank you 100 times. She will, even if you wash plate that you know you should wash, she will come when she's passing by, she will say thank you. She'll say, but Mommy, anytime I do something for you, you never see it. It's only the times I don't do anything for you, you will start talking. Mommy is not good. Tell me thank you too. You understand? So the mom came to me and was like, please, ma, I need to learn how to say thank you. We laughed about it. But that's the reality. Spouses, you are busy telling your spouse, hey, they try. They do this. They do this. And the spouse is almost expecting it at every time. You understand? So learn to thank him. There's some women that know how to cook nice food. The man is so used to the food that they've forgotten to say thank you. Meanwhile, she has spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of love, a lot of things to make sure that that food is presentable. Some she has to even crack her brain, use a lot of mind powers to make sure that there is snail and every of the rocks and bushes and everything inside the soup. But you come, you eat, you stand up without even bothering to say thank you because you are just too familiar with it. Sometimes I appreciate that. So when you've learned the words of affirmation, thank you them, saying thank you, appreciating them, when you do need to correct, they won't take it that you are attacking the person. You understand, sir?
All right. Someone asked a question. Max, how do you handle a woman who always go to the social media to spill whatever happens in the home front, either directly or indirectly? For instance, your wife goes to her WhatsApp status update to say something like this, in quote, husband who doesn't affirm his wife, waiting then go call him. Simply because she expected you to behave in a certain way, but you didn't. Max, plenty more deal. She denies you intercourse and gives all amount of excuses because she wants to punish you. Mrs. Dupe, settle this matter.
Okay, sorry, you have to repeat the question again.
Okay.
What I just heard was denies intercourse.
Okay.
I would really love to speak on that, but you need to start from the beginning.
The first one is, how do you handle a wife who every small thing she goes on her WhatsApp status to write something indirectly or even directly? For instance, she goes on her WhatsApp status to say, man or husband, we know they affirm in wife, we know they tell in wife Google things, waiting then go call them. You know there are some women like that.
Yes, there are. Yeah. Okay. That's the first question. The second one.
Yes. She denies you intercourse and gives all amount of excuses because she wants to punish you. She they wear jean, they sleep.
She's wearing jeans to sleep.
Yes, so married woman they wear jean to sleep.
Okay, when she signed to be married, did she not sign in for intercourse, or did she not know that marriage involves intercourse? Huh? Does she not know? Now, if you want to be single, please remain single. And if you now want to get married, know what the things that are involved in marriage. Let me tell you something. In sexometer, a couple that is not having intercourse at least minimum 3 times in a week, that marriage is going to head for problems.
Bam.
Yes. Minimum 3 times in a week. It should be more than that, at least once a day. But let's just consider the Nigerian factor, the busyness of everyone. At least twice in a week. If a marriage is not involved in a healthy marriage should have intercourse minimum twice a week. So as a woman, if you're wearing jeans to sleep, if you are denying your husband, then you're already out of marriage. Someone on the counseling table said the man was reporting the woman. I think most times it's the women that have issues here. The man was telling me that they have not had active sex 6 months.
Anyway.
And I was like, you have not, I don't understand.
And they are still married.
Are you married?
That one a marriage.
So where is the intimacy? See, you cannot know your spouse. It is impossible to know your spouse if you don't have intimacy. And in the place of intimacy, sex is what the Creator has created for the two of you to bond together. So you are in a marriage, 6 months, no intimacy, then you are already out of marriage. Somebody is either chatting the husband up or somebody is chatting the wife up. And that means there is already a breach in the marriage. There's already a breach in the marriage. So you need to work on intimacy. It's something to work on. Yes, I know that sometimes your busy schedule will want to take you out of it.
But Mrs. Zupa, even if you have been busy all day, all right?
Yes.
When you're going to sleep at night, you don't need to wear jean now.
No, you should not. You should not.
SIM card can be slotted in any time. Is that not so?
Anytime. Yes. At any time. And in fact, from the Holy Book, it shows us that God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is even happy when you are in an intimate relationship with your spouse. That's one of the reasons why he created marriage. And marriage is an example of his own relationship with us. So if you are busy wearing jeans to bed, please, if you are listening to me, you are not doing yourself any good.
At all.
You will not know your spouse that way. You will not get to understand him. And don't be angry when somebody outside knows them better than you. If that secretary in his office comes and serves him his right food, you didn't bother because you were busy wearing jeans. So draw that sheet. Draw things. And when it's time to sleep, sleep well. Sleep as God has created you. Let God himself be happy. Now sometimes we that are very religious will say, no, it's an unholy work of righteousness.
Nah, lie.
It is not. It is not. It is not. It was created for marriage. And it's supposed to be enjoyed. If you need help, maybe you are feeling some discomfort due to one reason or the other, please seek counsel. You can private chat me, we will talk about it. But it's not something for you to now start depriving your husband. No. The person that knows the husband is the person that gives herself, willingly submits herself. And your submission should not only be in listening to him. No, your submission includes in the bed.
Mrs. Zupa, the funnest part? When it comes to intercourse, even if the woman is far asleep, you understand?
Even if the woman is what?
Far asleep.
Oh, once it comes to that time, she will know.
Now, it will get to a time, it will wake her up and sleep will disappear. Is that not so?
Very, very true.
So they shouldn't wear jean to sleep, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that means if you're wearing jean, it makes the whole matter difficult. And then the whole process of removing the jean, the libido would have even died.
Oh. Because to remove gin now is like you want to open. It's like you want to open Aso Rock. Hello, ma. Why is this network behaving like this? Yes, can you hear me?
The network is bad.
And now that the conversation... Oh.
Let me quickly say something about the person that keeps posting on status.
Yes.
Now, if anything happens in your life and you're always running to your status to express, it shows your high level of immaturity. Every of your feelings shouldn't be as bare or naked for everyone to see it. But if that is your choice of lifestyle, if the husband is an understanding person, he might have to learn how to correct the spouse in law. Or if it's the wife, I've seen a man beat the wife, drive her out of the house, posted it immediately on the status. Nobody should relate with so person. She's my mouth cannot say those vulgar words. But he used the B word, he used the F word, and so many things. So on counseling table, the wife was showing me the WhatsApp status as of that day. I was like, seriously? Mentioned her name, mentioned everything. I was like, seriously, there are people like this? So if you have someone like that, that easily runs to the status to bear their emotions out, number one, know that you're dealing with an immature person. And for your own health, don't take all their words to heart. Because there's some people, when you see such words like that, you want to blow your own steam. You want to retaliate by sending another demeaning words on your own status. Such people, ignore them. It shows their high level of immaturity. Two wrongs don't make a right. Whoever it is, it could be the spouse, it could be it could be the husband, it could be the wife. But you behave more maturely now. And when you happen to see such status or Facebook or whatsoever it is, don't take those words to heart. Rather, look carefully at the words. Take the ones you can take. You need to screenshot it and keep for another day to do that. If not, you let it go. Then you show a person he or she respect and let them know that this is not good enough. Do you understand? Okay. Thank you.
All right, let me take some messages.
Okay.
This one says, a Tila did work for me and was still with me when his wife called him on phone. The wife was shouting, "Stupid man, you left this house since morning to that stupid woman's house that wants to destroy our marriage. Just enjoy yourself with her, stupid man. When you carry infection from her, you will come and give me, idiot." The husband was so angry and started telling me that if he wants to rest his waist at home, the wife will be like, "Lazy man, every time you dey rest, no time where you need the rest." He goes out to work, his wife will be accusing him or going to a sugar mommy or woman's house to spend the day and comes back with money given to him by the sugar mommy. That he's tired of the marriage and he doesn't want the children to grow up without being raised by both parents together because it will have effect on them. My question is it advisable to still stick to a marriage like this one or any other toxic marriage of such simply because you are considering your children? You're considering raising them in a medium of separated couple or spouse. Your guest should tell us why she's on phone today instead of being in the studio.
Sorry, I'm on phone because I'm actually traveling for a very important family burial.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I'm not in the studio. But maybe next week I'll be in the studio.
Okay.
Then also give him my Facebook page so that he can private chat me so that I'll talk deeply. But I'll just brief, because I know there are many questions, I'll briefly touch on this. For the person that has a wife that's always nagging, remember I said it earlier on that a nagging attitude is a no-no. But you cannot, because of the nagging alone, divorce or separate from your marriage, because you already have children. And what needs to be done is the two of you need counsel. They do need counsel. What the wife might not understand is that the nature of your job is not a 5 to 6 job. You are very flexible. So when she calls you and you are busy on a job, that's good. So she shouldn't be saying that it's because you are at a sugar mommy's house or a sugar daddy's, a sugar babe's house that will give you money and you will bring back home and you'll carry infection and other things. Then another thing, she should understand that when you are at work, when you are not too busy, you can also have time to be at home. You can feel free to stay in the house without her nagging you. That stand up, you lazy man, you know they do anything. So maybe it's immaturity or lack of understanding. She really doesn't understand the nature of the man. Maybe she grew up with parents or siblings that go to work. They resume 8 a.m., they close maybe 4 p.m., or they are teachers. So they have a straight, regimental way of doing their own work. So now she comes and she's married to a man that looks as if he's earning money, oh yes, but he's not in a fixed job schedule. So that thing is throwing her off. She might not totally understand. So you need to call her and sit her down and let her know that this is the way the nature of my work is. Sometimes I am busy, sometimes I'm not busy. But the truth there is that you and the children will not lack. Hello?
Yes, okay.
Hello, sir.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, Mrs. Zupa, go ahead. We can hear you.
All right, sir. So she needs to understand the fact that with nature of the job of the man is not maybe what she's used to. And if she wants the marriage to work, she has to learn to trust it, because it might not really make ends. And recently I had a situation where the man was at work and the woman busy, cause trouble, just like what you see now. He left what he was supposed to do and was busy attacking his workers. Just and did a good job. They did not do a good job of the women. If outside, if you're listening on radio, please, they make it better.
Keep the calls and messages coming in. Your contribution, your questions, keep it coming in. 0810 9510 951. 0817 0000 951. Call in, send in a message. We're looking at words you shouldn't use, things you shouldn't say to your spouse, because it breaks, relationships. She has also talked about ways you can go on in correcting your spouse without necessarily shouting down the roof. Okay, she talked about men who do not like wives who nag. Yes, you can pass a message, but when you start nagging, you chase a man away. So you start complaining. This man, after work, does not come back home. Why will he come back home? When all he comes back to is nagging. He has already faced a whole lot of issues on the road at work. You too, you also work now, you do business. So who wants to come back to meet a nagging wife? Or who wants to stay with a man who constantly abuses the wife negatively? You abuse your wife, she's lazy, she's this, she's that, and then you start comparing. No. You end up scattering everything. Hello? Mrs. Dupe? Can you hear me, ma?
I'm hearing you, Mr. Maxwell.
Let me say this one before we wrap up.
Okay.
I told my wife that her center of gravity stinks because she can't.
Even me, that word is already shocking me.
Okay.
I can imagine what the wife will That word is harsh. Hey.
So, because she can't wash it well, and ever since over 3 months, I have not slept with her, and it's causing a serious issue in my marriage.
Hey.
How best would he have communicated that to the wife?
Hey, the center of gravity is what?
Stinks.
Is what?
It stinks.
Hey, there are ways to communicate that. There are ways to communicate that. If you want your wife to work on a specific area, just like this center of gravity, maybe when she was smaller or younger in her parents' house, they did not teach her how to take care of that place very well. You understand? There's some people that didn't grow with a mother figure, or maybe the mother figure did not really have time to take care, or maybe even when they were in the hostel growing up. I had a cousin, one of my in-laws. He came to introduce his wife to be to us, so she happened to stay in our house. So she took her shower in the morning, and one of my sister-in-laws just ran to my room. Stop, this girl knows Sabi Bafo. So I was like, what happened? She said she just stood up and poured water all over her body. She didn't even bend down to wash her core. You know, she didn't bend down. That what? How can somebody be like this? The place go dey smell or wait till this. So when I heard that, I noticed that okay, it could be an issue. Maybe she just felt that taking the bath in the just like that was enough. So I called her. We now just started chatting, getting to know each other. Then I was like, okay, how do you do this? Personal hygiene, your armpits. It's always good to shave. You know that? She said, yes. I said, do you shave these under parts too? She said, well, sometimes I say, okay, well, I said, even me, see me, and sometimes, when you want to bath, you have to go down, out of gist. We now got talking. We now got talking. And now was demonstrating how you have to go down low as a woman and wash very well. Because my spiritual mother of blessed memory, will always say that place is a wound that never heals. So you have to carefully take care of it. You understand? When she's teaching women in the women program, she would tell us that you bend down low, you take care of it. If a woman goes out to the market and comes back and doesn't take care of that place, the place will be offensive. It will be foul. The odor will be too much. In fact, just sleep and wake up. Don't even bother going out. So every woman, if you are listening to me, learn how to take care of that place. Don't go about using casual toilets everywhere. You are prone to infection. A man can just do anything anywhere, but women can't. Protect yourself. Clean up as often as you can. When you go to wee, make sure if you don't have a tissue with you, use water. don't just leave yourself anyhow. It is wrong. It is very wrong. So such a man that wants to communicate this thing to the wife, if you cannot seek counsel, then you can, get deodorant, things that are nice, that will make her smell nice. Then also tell her, hey, I mean, they see my sisters, then they do this, but I never see you do it.
Okay, Mrs. Zupa, what if the man, okay? Hello, ma.
I'm listening, sir.
This is the wife. Go inside now, bath with her now, and wash it now. Wash the car now, wash the engine.
Simple, very, very
so from there, you now tell her how to wash the engine. Is that not so?
I saw my mom teaching my sisters this. Because if you are not careful, she will say, oh, now so you wash other women
We're out of time, Mrs. Zupe. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes, we're out of time. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
God bless you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so that's it. So, Oga, enter the car wash. Wash the car engine. It's not a sin to wash the car engine. If you know how to enter car, then you should know how to wash car. Is that not so? And show her. But the woman too should not take and say, so now say they wash other women engine. No, it means you don't have a teachable spirit. Okay? If your wife doesn't know how to cook and you know how to cook, just tell her, please come and join me now. While you're cooking, say, hey, I saw this one, they put this one after, and you too, you should have a teachable spirit. Nobody say then they teach you something. You can't complain. That's where the problem is. So when they start teaching you now, you start complaining. But if they teach you and you accept, okay, in love, everything will go well. That's what you can take. Want to appreciate everyone. If we can answer your question, you can send a DM on Facebook to Dupe Ake. DUPEAKEH as in H. DUPEAKEH. You can send her a DM, send her a message. If you have any issue you want her to come into, she's a professional counselor, a family woman with 6 boys. You know what that means? With a very large family. So, of course, there are areas she's very, very good with. One is family, relationship. She's very vast in that area. She will help you. All right? Send her a DM. All right? We'll take this short break for the news. Stay with us.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. And the headlines: Federal government votes a sum of 27 billion naira for entitlement of former president, vice president, heads of state, chief of staff, retired heads of service and professors in 2025 fiscal year. Rumekpe community demands cleanup before Shell's divestment to Renaissance Consortium. On the foreign scene, Congo replaces top military chief amid Eastern conflict. I am Lucky Maxwell. The federal government has allocated a sum of 27 billion naira for the entitlement of former president, vice president, heads of state, chiefs of staff, retired heads of service, and professors in the 2025 fiscal year. Beneficiaries of the allocation include former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, and Muhammadu Buhari, alongside ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Namadi Sambo, and Professor Yemi Oshibajo, amongst others. President Bola Tinubu presented the 2025 budget titled Budget of Restoration, Securing Peace, Rebuild and Prosperity, to a joint session of the National Assembly on Wednesday. The ambitious 49.70 trillion naira spending plan emphasizes defense, infrastructure and human capital development with a projected 13.79 trillion naira deficit to be financed through borrowing. Tinubu has, while addressing the lawmakers, reaffirmed his administration's resolve to strengthen national security and overhaul critical infrastructure. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has given owners of the 762 plots of land in Maitama 2 District, Cadastral Zone A10, Abuja, a fresh 2-week ultimatum to pay for their certificate of occupancy or risk final revocation of their allocation. This was disclosed in a statement by his Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications and New Media, Larry Olayinka. Wike reiterated that the primary interest was not for people to lose their lands, but to get them to make necessary payments to the government. The statement warned that after January 3, 2025, there will be no further extension or withdrawal of the C of O titles from defaulters, which he said will be final. The fresh ultimatum comes a day after Wike revoked lands belonging to former President Muhammadu Buhari, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, and the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, George Akume. The Navy Board has approved the promotion of 146 senior officers to various ranks in the Nigerian Navy. A breakdown of the promotions released showed that 24 commodores were promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, 26 captains were elevated to the rank of Commodore, and 96 commanders were promoted to the rank of Captain. This was revealed in a statement by Commodore A. Adams Aliyu on behalf of the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala. Vice Admiral Ogala congratulated the newly promoted senior officers and their families and charged them to rededicate themselves to their responsibilities and remain loyal to the nation and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu. A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has discharged and acquitted Charles Eke, Mboy James Izwa, and Chidi Aliko Wuzu on the alleged murder of Ofone Davidson Wuzu. The three suspects have been standing trial before the State High Court over the Ofone Davidson Wuzu, an incident which took place along Ishopo Obele Iba Road sometime in 2013. Delivering judgment, the trial judge, Justice Sika Akpereku, discharged the three defendants who are all from Obite community in Ilili, saying that the prosecution, which is Rivers State government, failed to prove the offense. Justice Akpereku held that the prosecution witness cannot rely on the divination of a native doctor to secure conviction, insisting that the defendants are innocent. He urged that the police investigation should continue to look for the real murderers of late Ofone Davidson Wuzu and should leave the three defendants out of it. The Rivers State Commissioner for Chieftaincy and Community Affairs, Charles Amadi, has called on the people of Ilele Alimini in Emoha local government area to uphold the existing peace in their community. Amadi made the appeal during the inauguration of the newly elected chairman and members of the Ilele Alimini Community Development Committee, CDC. Represented by the Director of Community Development, Professor Otobo Divine, the Commissioner emphasized the need for transparency and accountability in the CDC's operation.
Whatever developmental project you want to bring to the community, you need to discuss with the paramount council in chief and the paramount head of the community. You discuss with them. If they give it to you, you embark on the project. You cannot on your own say, I'm the CDC chairman. Me and my team, we work together. No, it's a selfless service. You must maintain the love and value of your community. Now, as a community, provide the use of the
Also speaking, retired Justice Peter Agumagu, former acting Chief Judge of Rivers State, commended the state government for recognizing the Ilele Alimini CDC and praised the community for maintaining peace despite provocations, noting that the government certification of the CDC affirms Ilele Alimini as a recognized autonomous community.
Every time we have disturbances, we hear rumors of war, we hear threats, this, that.
but it never happens in Alumni. And so we beg you, when you go back, carry our appreciation, our time, our gratitude to the Honorable Commission, mention to His Excellency the Governor, because we are coming here on the authority of the government. Before you go, we are going to show you a little bit of our hospitality. And for today, people should regard themselves as members of the Alumni Community.
In his inaugural speech, the new CDC chairman, Professor Paulinus Ihua, pledged to ensure accountability and prioritize the development of Ilili alumni under his leadership.
Clear understanding of leadership in terms of good governance, in terms of accountability, and bringing the development to the grassroots. And we believe in adopting the three dimensions of sustainability, which has to do with social development, economic development, and environmental development of the community. The history of LL alumni that has been written, a kind of CBC inauguration that took place here has never happened. And this is the first in the history of LL alumni. And I am very just because the government is present while the inauguration, and they are the ones that performed the inauguration.
Professor Ihua was inaugurated as the Ilili alumni CDC chairman, alongside Amadi Patrick vice chairman, Emmanuel Warner general secretary, Ebube Dinkpa treasurer, Laurel Michael financial secretary, Benson Wosa public relations officer, and Samuel Dick provost. The people of Rumekwe in Emoha local government area of River State have called on Shell Petroleum Development Company, SPDC, to clean up the pollution in their lands before finalizing the divestment of its shares to Renaissance Consortium. Rumekwe, comprising Ekuche, Ovele, Mvakovia, and Imogu communities, is Nigeria's second crude oil discovery site after Oluibiri in Bayelsa State, and despite hosting major oil companies such as Shell, Total, Ajib, and Aradel, the community remains underdeveloped, lacking basic amenities like electricity, healthcare, schools, and roads. During a media chat organized by civil society organizations on divestment and pollution, the chief of Imogo, Chief Innocent Eururo, expressed disappointment over SPDC's neglect, lamenting the community's poor living conditions, and stated that the land's facility has been destroyed by pollution from oil spillage from the oil multinationals.
Since my life, Shell has not done anything in Rumekwe. They should do tangible something so that the youths will enjoy, the women will enjoy every activities they are doing in Rumekwe. Since they said they are going back, they want to sell their product to any other company, they should do what we call remediation so that we will claim our land. The land is no more fertile, no hospital, no nothing in Rumekwe. Other communities have light, have any other things, but nothing in Rumekwe. No better road, no nothing. Other places, when you are a chief, they need to pay the chiefs, nothing, no achievement, no employment, no nothing. Many of our women, they die anyhow. Many of our men die anyhow.
Chief Eruru, alongside former councillor from the community, Gaius Ajuru, stated that the little progress the community has achieved, including 2 boreholes for the 3 villages, was only made possible through protest, which they described as the only language multinationals understand. They added that appeals to the River State government have yielded no meaningful results.
Surely, in fact, if we don't do any blockage, they don't do anything to the community. They don't recognize us. We are suffering while we have oil wells covering us. We have Ajib, we have F, we have NDPR, we have Shell. NDPR is trying.
Ajib have not done anything for the community. The few things you see in the community, it was out of blockade. We have written severally. And when the former governor, Rotimi Ameji, was doing his town hall meeting, when we mentioned our case, what government replied was that remember has what it takes to develop them without even government. Meanwhile, while we are contributing to the national cover, they say we have one multinational, oil multinational that can develop the community. Then the development will come through which people? It's not through the state government engagement that those development will come. Because every society government that comes does not look into this community. We don't know why.
The secretary of Rumekwe Women Prayer Warriors, Blessing Orijos, highlighted the challenges faced by women in the community, further emphasizing the need for immediate intervention.
Today, women are crying with one sickness or the other. From maybe say 28 to 30 years, they have entered menopause. They cannot see period again. Many families are crying, fighting because of what? Women are not pregnant again. Since we don't know what they call cancer, but today, everywhere is cancer. From one person to another, cancer. Even little wound that will happen to you, you use that same wound and enter that water. That wound will become everlasting wound. Also, you are putting your leg inside that water that is polluted. See how that spill damage that land. So women will enter them. They will use it and bathe. They will use it and wash their face. They don't even know the effect of that water.
Today FMC Funaya Obeme Ndukwe, who visited Rumekwe, reports that there is widespread environmental damage as sites referred to as ponds, farms and river were visibly polluted with crude oil. The media chat was organized by Social Action, Health of Mother Earth Foundation, Kebekache and Heather Resource Center, who were part of the CSOs who had earlier protested at the River State Government House, urging President Bola Tinubu to halt the divestment of SPDC's shares until communities' environmental and social issues are resolved in the country. You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Christmas of Hope. The Executive Chairman of Andoni Local Government Area, Honorable Lazarus Gogote Nteogule, has on behalf of the Vice Chairman, the Legislative Assembly, political appointees, and the entire workforce, wish the good people of Andoni Merry Christmas of Hope and Happy New Year in advance. This is a Christmas of hope. This is a new year of enjoyment. This is a new era in Andoni, an era to right the wrongs of old, an era of a new and modern Andoni, driven by our administration. Come, Ebiobolo, let us relax, enjoy, and celebrate together. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. Honorable Lazarus Gogote Nteogule, Executive Chairman, Andoni Local Government Area.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. The Chief Security Officer of Alakaya community in Obiakpa local government area, Noble DK Anele, has advised residents to remain vigilant during this Yuletide season, emphasizing the need to keep land grabbers out of the community. In an interview with Today FM, DK Anele expressed concerns over the rising activities of land grabbers in the area, urging the government and security agencies to intervene and prevent the encroachment on community properties. In response to accusations of criminality made against him by Otoma Frederick, DK Anali asserted that Frederick is not a member of the community and questioned his right to claim ownership of Alakaya land, especially since the issue is currently under litigation.
Fred Otton, who comes to our community, bring men with arms, some of them dress in police uniform, grade our land, grade people's land, and claim that the land belongs to them. When you try to approach them, they will go to police instead of to tell the police the truth on how they got the land, if they bought the land, if the land was allocated to them. They will now go to police and tell police people that we are criminals, short sale person, we did this, and police will come with their police to arrest people, harass people, arrest people, detain people, and go into the land and start selling the land. As I'm talking to you currently, go to Alakaya, you will see them now grading a community land. My call to the federal government, the IG of police, the commissioner of police, the River State government, that they should come to our aid.
He also commended the community members for their support during his incarceration, promising to collaborate with security agencies to ensure the safety of lives and properties in Alakaya.
As the chief security officer, the DP of Chuba, like we normally do every week, every time he calls me for community and security issues. Getting there, men from State CID came there that I'm under arrest. They took me to State CID. When I called there, I saw different petitions and allegations about attempted murder and running of firearms. So the police continue their investigations. I thank God that the DC, State CID, and his men have investigated this matter before I was charged to court. Got into court, I was granted bail. Paramount ruler of Alakaya is a Vincent Onigwe, his cabinet, and the residents in Alakaya, who in one way or the other, for their prayers.
Members of Umejuru Festus family of Igweche in Eche local government area of River State have raised alarm over alleged threats to their lives by Chief Innocent Nwosu. Comfort Chinedu, who spoke on behalf of Umejuru Festus' family, said their lives and landed properties they inherited from their late father are in danger, as Chief Innocent Nwosu is from Okoragu community is after their lives. Chinedu said her family won the disputed land at both Egwi Customary Court and the Customary Court of Appeal, saying that despite the court's judgment in their favor, Chief Nwosu has continuously threatened the family with thugs. She called on the state governor, commissioner of police and chairman Eche local government to hold Chief Innocent Nwosu responsible should anything happen to any member of her family.
And those lands belong to my father. It's my father's property. And we have gone to court, a big customary court. We have won that group called Umekune, led by Chief Innocent Nwosu, who is now threatening our life from one place to the other. That land, we have won them in court, a big customary court. And the execution came with the chief bailiff of Egwi. Innocent is announcing about Marcos police. It's not Marcos, it's Egwi customary court bailiff. That is court order. The leaders of this River State, you people should come out. Commissioner of Police, CP, Chief Innocent Nwosu is threatening our life, myself and my sister, because of our father's land. He owns no land there.
Reacting to the allegations, the paramount ruler of Umakuru town, Eze Innocent Nwosu, described as diversion of attention the claims by Comfort Chinedu and members of Umejuru Festus' family, insisting that they have been the ones hiring thugs in company of men with police uniform led by one Magu to demolish their properties. Eze Nwosu further insisted that the court judgment they are parading with has since been set aside by a high court presided over by Justice Wadi, challenging them to show proof of any judgment from any other court that empowered them to harass or demolish their properties. The Umakuru monarch called Governor Smelai Fubara, Eche Council Chairman, Commissioner of Police and other well-meaning Nigerians to intervene and save his family members from the hands of Comfort Chinedu and their thugs.
Information they are giving left and right to divert attention. The whole people in the Chia land, they know what is happening here, especially Igbo Kingdom. They have been the one Mrs. Comfort Chinedu, the actress Amade Sopruche Tele, and this Marako, he is the commander who brings in police, testing me and my people, macheting us left and right. There are pictures to show. They have been testing us. Our life has been in danger. Carrying bad boys, wear the uniform with one ASC Marako who serve with operation. The man has been leading them since 2017. Till this time, 3 times demolition. The same policeman has been using them. Have been using that policeman to chase us, illegal arrest, send us to prison without court, intimidating us left and right. The court judgment they are parading with is customary court of Egwi, where they claim that they are Uche versus Uche family in Omako. It is not Umekune family where I come from. That judgment was set aside by IWAD the 15th of January 2015, and they did not appeal. Our life now is in danger.
We had brought you a report about demolition of buildings belonging to Chief Innocent Nwosu and members of his family in Igboeche area, with over 10 buildings being brought down and other properties destroyed in the operation. The Rumupakani Community Council, led by Chief Echesin Nserim, Ezeodohia or Hawan of Rumeme Kingdom, and Iwe Pakani I, has dissociated itself from the purported Rumupakani Unity Week scheduled to take place from December 23 to 26, 2024 at the Rumupakani Community Hall in Obiakpo local government area of River State. In a statement jointly signed by Chief Echesin Nserim and RCC Vice Chairman Darlington Chime, the Council clarified that it is not involved in the event, which has been promoted by divisive individuals. The RCC described the invitation to the Rumupakani Community Hall during this period as potentially disruptive, as the Council is already hosting its own prayer, praise and worship program running from December 16, 2024 to January 2, 2025. The Council emphasized that the unauthorized use of the Council Hall for the so-called Unity Week poses a threat to peace and could lead to a breakdown of law and order in the community. The RCC called on security agencies and the River State government to intervene swiftly to prevent any escalation, noting that the Council remains committed to maintaining law and order within the community. The Executive Chairman of Andoni Local Government Area of River State, Lazarus Gogote Nteogule, has announced the provision of free Christmas and New Year buses to convey people traveling for the Yuletide celebrations to their communities. And on a council bus, in a statement by his Chief Press Secretary, Chief Timothy Ntedeng, said the decision of the council chairman to provide free buses is in accordance with the Rivers State Governor Simalai Fubara's mantra of using the local government money for the LGA and its people. The statement disclosed that the bus will be stationed at strategic locations in Port Harcourt such as Ibueche Junction, Eleme Junction, Akpaju Junction, Ajip in town access. The chairman further salutes Otutut Ebi Obulu and asked them to key into the various activities of the Andoni International Carnival 2024 edition organized by the council. On the foreign scene, the Chief of General Staff of the Armed Forces, General Christian Shiwewe, has been in office since October 2022 during the last major shake-up, was replaced by Lieutenant General Jules Banza Mbwelambwe. Congo's military has been fighting more than 100 armed groups for years in the mineral-rich eastern region, where the rebels are vying for a foothold in a conflict that has created one of the world's largest humanitarian crises. More than 7 million people have been displaced so far, and hundreds were killed in the last year. Among the key actors is the M23 rebel group, which Congo and United Nations peacekeepers have said is supported by neighboring Rwanda. The state television report did not give reasons for the military reshuffle. Other key figures affected included Major General Christian Ndwawel, who was the chief of military intelligence and among those involved in the peace talks with Rwanda. The conflict in the region has worsened in the last year, with rebels claiming victories in new territories. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories, we told you that the federal government has voted for a sum of 27 billion naira for the entitlement of former president, vice president, heads of state, chief of staff, retired heads of service and professors in the 2025 fiscal year. You heard that Rumekwe community in MOI LGA have demanded the cleanup of their land before Shell's divestment to Renaissance Consortium. On the foreign scene, we told you that Republic of Congo has replaced some of the top military chief amid Eastern conflict. Uchendo Joe, editor of the news. For comment and inquiries, please call 08183892850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlab.com. Read our stories on todayfmlab.com. Good afternoon. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Global Mega Prayer Quake 2025. Come and celebrate with MPN. 30 years of global prayer and revival mobilization. Theme, Solid Foundation. Date, January 5th to 10th, 2025. Time, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Registration is free. Venue, MPN International Convention Center, Gilgal, Obuzo, Asa, along Port Harcourt Aba Express Road. Speakers include Reverend Professor Mosi and Dr. Mrs. Chinyere Maduba, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, Dr. Paul Enenche, Prelate Dr. Ekpenyong Apanika, Prelate Isaiah Isong, Archbishop Isaac C. Nwabia, Evangelist Sunday Oguche, and other Kingdom Fathers. Hostel accommodation, 8,000 Naira. Executive hostel accommodation, 10,000 Naira. Hotel accommodation, 8,500 Naira and above per night. Global Mega Prayer Quake, where the world will come together at the beginning of January 2025. For inquiries, call 0907-999-0000 or 0803-470-9941.
Bentoni Box Limited, we produce polypropylene branded moving sacks for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Box Limited, we produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are woven sacks available in different sizes, woven sacks available in all colors, and we also print on woven sacks, agro sacks, shopping sacks, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813 928-4850.
We produce polypropylene branded moving socks for companies and market use.
Bentoni Bags Limited. We are known for uniqueness.
One God on one stage with one voice and one sound. 1 Million Man Worship 2024 happening live at Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Stadium Road, Elekaya, Port Harcourt, River State. Date 20th to 22nd December 2024. Time 4 p.m. daily. Ministry Todd Dulaney, Dunsin Oyekon, Sinach, Prosper Ochimana, Reverend Victor Atenega, Wisdom K, Steve Crown, Ada Ehi, Afi Douglas, Priye Odede, Chioma Jesus, Mr. M and Revelation, Owe Abutu, Prince Emmanuel, Mr. Wealth, Oche Jonkins, Nyon Adejo, Samuel Afolabi, Jackson Jones, Valentine, Victor Sam, African Joy, Prophet and Chinelu. Also ministering Dr. Pastor Paul Enenje and Pastor Mrs. Becky Paul Enenje, Pastor David Ibionye, Reverend Professor Mosi Muduba, Pastor Hilary Nlumanze, Pastor Chris Ugo, Pastor George Izonwa, and Reverend Larry Olusheye. 1 Million Man Worship. Get
all right, all you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM, such a unique style.
Welcome to Echoes from Heaven with Nathaniel Osawi. Be blessed as you listen.
Welcome to another episode of this program. The last time we for some time we have been looking at understanding, biblical understanding, and we have defined understanding, spiritual understanding, as the ability to see life, to see things generally from God's perspective. Understanding is seeing things from God's perspective, seeing things the way God sees them. How does God see money? How does God see life? To what is money to God? What is life? How does God define things? Understanding is defining things the way God defines them. For example, the Bible says that a man's life does not consist in the abundance of the things which he possesses. So God does not define life in terms of possession. But you know that men, to a great extent, they define life in terms of possession, material possession. But no, God never defines life in terms of material possession. That's why Jesus said a man's life does not consist, it's not about the abundance of the man's possession, but men would define life. Sometimes they say this person is worth this man is worth this. What are they looking at? They are looking at the man's possession. They are looking at the man's material possessions, and they are using that to define the man's worth. But God does not define life that way. So we have said understanding is seeing things the way God sees them, defining things the way God defines them, seeing things from God's perspective. A man who sees things from God's perspective, God's view, that's a man of understanding. So you find when this is Mr. A and this is Mr. B, an opportunity to make so much money comes to the two of them. Mr. A rejects it. Mr. B rejects it. Mr. A rejects it and Mr. B grabs it with his two hands. Why? It is because two of them are seeing that from different perspective. Opportunity to make so much money, but it will involve, changing some figures, telling some lies, doing something dishonest, betraying trust. And Mr. A says, no, I walk away from it. Even though I know that by doing this, I'm going to make so much money. He rejects it and says, no. He shakes his hand off it, but Mr. B grabs it. Why? It is because two of them are seeing that from different perspectives. They are defining things from, different perspective. And so we say understanding is seeing things from God's perspective. And we have begun, we started the last time to look at some things that God sees and views differently from the way men view them. There are a number of things we outlined. We mentioned life, that God sees life differently from the way men see life. God sees money. We mentioned money. God sees money differently from the way people see money. God sees sin sin, S-I-N, the way God sees sin, the view of God about sin, it's not the way people see sin. For many people, sin is fun and enjoyment and pleasure, but that's not the view of God. That's not God's perspective. We also say we are going to look at death, to die. How does God see death? What is God's view about death? And what is man's view of death? And we said that to a great extent, man's view and perspective on these issues are quite diametrically opposed to God's view and perspective. To a great extent, the way men see these things, the way men see life, the way men see money, the way men see sin, the way men see death, it's quite different, far removed from the way God sees these things, from the way God defines them. And we began talking about life. And when we asked the question, how do you see life? To you, what is life? I will say some people see life as enjoyment. They see life as comfort, that I must get the best that I can get in this life, the best enjoyment, the highest pleasure, the highest comfort I can get. For them, it's the pursuit, because they see life as, comfort. They see life as pleasure. Their whole life is about the pursuit of comfort and wealth. But God does not see life primarily as comfort. He does not see life primarily as wealth. God does not define life, does not view life primarily in terms of pleasure. It is not how much pleasure I can derive in this life. It's not how much wealth, how much comfort, how much prosperity, how much enjoyment I can have in this life. That is not God's perspective on life. That is not God's view on life. So we have seen that to some people, life is about pleasure, life is about enjoyment, life is about comfort, life is about wealth, life is about being happy. And we said that sadly, people even try to use God to pursue those ends. They see life as about being about pleasure and comfort and wealth, and they try to use God to achieve those things. To them, that is the end of life. That is the goal. That is the ultimate. To be happy, pleasure, enjoyment. But we say no. God's view of life is different. So the question now is, what is God's view of life? What is God's perspective? If God does not see life as being primarily about pleasure and enjoyment and comfort and wealth and material possessions and prosperity, how does God view life? What is God's view? What is God's perspective of life? Three things. God's view of life. Three things. One, if you read the Bible, you read the Word of God, and you have understanding, you will see life from this. You see life from these three perspectives. This is God's view of life. One, to God, life is a test. Three things. What is God's perspective? God's view on life. One, to God, life is a test. Two, life is a trust. Is a trust that is committed to us. This life we're living is a trust that God has committed to us. We are not our own. And one day, one of the duties of a trustee is to render accounts. One, because we are trustees of this life that God has given to us. He has entrusted this life to us. And someday, we are going to give account of how we manage the life. The concept of trusteeship. The trustee gives account. You render account. We are trustees of life. God has committed to our trust this life, and someday we're going to give account of how we manage the life, what we did with the life. So number one, God's perspective of life is that life is a test, life is a trust. And number three, life is a temporary assignment. Number one, life is a test. That is how God sees life. To God, the life we are living, this life we are living, it is a test. Number two, it's a trust. That is something, that a charge that God has committed to us, a responsibility that He has committed to us. And number three, life is a temporary assignment. It's an assignment. It is an assignment. And every one of us, God has given life to us as an assignment. That means there is something that God expects us to do with the life He has given to us. And someday we'll be required to give an account of what we did. It's just like the teacher or the lecturer who gives the student assignment. And the time comes when he will require the student to submit the assignment to find out whether they actually did what he asked them to do. God has brought us, let me not jump into all of them. We're going to be taking them one after the other. Life is a test, life is a trust, and life is a temporary assignment. So we're going to start talking about life as being a test. Life is a test. So God, the way God sees this life, God sees it as a test. Every one of us is being tested every day. From the moment you wake up, you go about your business till you lie down and sleep, you are being tested. In Genesis 22 verse 1, the Bible says, and the Lord tested Abraham. The old King James used the word tempted, the same as tests. God was not tempting him trying to make Abraham commit sin. No, he was testing Abraham. The Bible says God tested Abraham. How did he do it? He said to Abraham, go and offer to me, sacrifice your son, Isaac, whom you love so much. Give him to me. And the Bible says it was a test. God was testing Abraham. So I want you to know that every one of us, every day we are being tested. God is testing us every day. God is testing us. And sadly, many of us are failing the test of life. So to God, God's perspective on life is that life is a test. This life we are living, it is a test. We are being tested. God is testing you. God is testing me. Every temptation that comes to you and to me, it is a test. We are being tested. And do you know that if people knew they are being tested, they would respond differently? If we knew that everything that comes our way every day is a test from God, even the temptations that Satan brings, God allows them to test us. To test us. Life is a test. And I said, if we knew that life is a test, we would respond differently to the tests that come our way every day. Every day, from the moment you wake up till you lie down and sleep, everything you face, every temptation, every challenge, every difficulty is a test. You are being tested. God is testing us. God is testing us to see how we would respond. God is testing us to see how we would react. When people disappoint you, my friend, it is a test. When people offend you, it is a test. God is testing you to see. Do you love people? Do you have love in your heart? Everything we face is a test. Temptation is a test. Just like the story, the illustration I gave. This is an opportunity to make money. All you have to do is just change the receipts. Just instead of 500,000, just add 10 to make it 5 million. They say, come see this thing, just do like this, just do like this. The company wants this. Instead of saying 5 million, just make it 20 million. The extra 15 million you will share it 50-50. And you look at it. This is an opportunity to make cheap money. 7.5 million. God is testing you, my friend. God is testing you. Life is a test. We are being tested every day. You know the case of Joseph. When that woman came to Joseph and said, come and sleep with me. Come and lie with me. Joseph was being tested. God allowed that woman to come to test Joseph. To test him. It was a test. And many people have failed that test. Many people are falling. But the sad thing is that they do not know that they failed the test. How many people do we have like Joseph? That women like that woman, that Potiphar's wife, they have come to them like she came to Joseph and said, come and sleep with me. Young girls, men have come, guys have said, come and sleep with me. If you don't sleep with me, I will not marry you. God allows that kind of temptation to test you. to see whether marriage is the most important thing in your life. Whether to you, getting married is more important to you than obeying God. Whether getting married is more important to you than righteousness, than you love the man more than God. That's why the man will say, if you don't sleep with me, I will not marry you. Because you love him more than God. You said, okay, I don't want to lose him. It's a test. God wants to see, do you love this man more than you love me? And many times we have failed the test and we do not know. The sad thing is that people fail the tests that come to them every day and they do not know that they have failed. They fail the test and then they rise up, they walk away. They do not know that what just happened was a test and they have failed it. If Joseph had slept with that woman, after sleeping with the woman, he will rise up, wear his shirts, put on his clothes and walk away. But he will not know that he just failed a test. Many people are failing tests every day. God is bringing tests our ways every day. People are failing and they do not know they are failing.
I believe you have been blessed. Tune in next week for another refreshing episode of Echoes from Heaven. Please let us know how you have been blessed through this program by calling, texting, or sending a WhatsApp message to this number 081-355-57592. Once again, 081-355-57592. You can also send an email to echoesfh@gmail.com. echoesfh@gmail.com. God bless you.